Howdy, folks. Welcome. Let's start today with a few, hopefully, small-ish bugs, small-ish list items. Get a little warmed up. Plus, I really should be finishing 3 of these cards a day. And I'm not quite doing that because there just seems to be a million other things all the time. But I'm super pumped. I'm pumped for today. I'm super excited to have hours in front of me, hours of creation. Oh, echo. Oops, sorry guys. Let's see what's going on there. Really don't quite know. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, man, I have no idea what it could be. All right, very good. Hello, by the way, Leah. So first I'm going to start with this art at Clover's study session is skewed. So I'm just going to check out the study session, see if I have a start setting for that. Hey, I'll send. Okay, let's see here. I got to go over to Twitch to Oh, cool. I can block. We have a spammer in the YouTube. Oh, I should probably head over to YouTube. Sorry, folks. 1 second. Stream. Open the YouTube. Make sure that they are blocked and destroyed. Open the. Okay, cool. Been removed. Excellent. My Twitch category is not set. No, you never apologize for reminding me. It's really weird though, because I literally just set it. I just set it and it unset it. I wonder what's going on with this, because I just set it. Maybe I set it before I started the stream, and once the stream starts, it unsets automatically. I'm not really sure. But no, I really appreciate that all send, because it really hurts my stream when I don't have it set. And you know, I'm not good at checking it, so I appreciate that. Okay, so we were working on this cave last time, and we are going to get to that a little later. But like I said, I want to start with just a few cards. So first, I'm going to try to find a start setting for the study session. Actually, I should probably sync. Sometimes I forget to sync, and that is very foolish indeed. Didn't sync. There might be nothing. Nope, there was something. Good thing I sunk. Leah asks, well, my name is Danny. Yeah. My name is Danny Weinbaum. I'm going to see if there's a start setting for our study session. I don't see a start setting for the study session. It might be like eve before winter exam. Yeah, I think that that's what it is. I think that's the best way to look at the study session. Hello, hello. Actually, we can probably just, if we wanted to, open up the library. I'm sure we can see this table that's askew. So the card we're doing right now is this one right here. Art at Clover's study session table is askew. I'm going to turn on the library interior. Have a peek. So, yes, I can see it, but it's a little hard to see. So what I can do is I can turn on some kind of viz cam inside the library. I know if I have a viz. library. So VizCam is just like a virtual camera that I use to set where I want to be looking through the, without actually jumping into game mode. So let's see if I can find a virtual camera period. I'll check this area. I think Jacqueline's been working on it. Oh yeah, it's a lot more polished now. Oh yeah, that looks great. Never worked in Unity. Thank you, by the way, for the kind words. Never worked in Unity. I really like Unity. Yeah, I really like Unity. I mean, I'm not crazy about the direction the engine, or that really the company has taken lately. And I don't particularly care for any of the things that they're working on now for the engine. But I mean, I've liked Unity since Unity 4, and I've never stopped liking it. I mean, I think it sort of, well, I don't think, I know that it completely revolutionized the game industry, really. I mean, pretty much every game engine now that has been made since Unity has a little bit of Unity DNA in it because it was such an elegant way to do things, I feel like. Sort of component system that it uses, design paradigm it uses, seems to click for a lot of people, myself included. I'm sure there's got to be a virtual camera in here somewhere. Here's one. A D&D cam. So I'm going to copy the D&D cam. I'm going to put it all the way at the top. All the way at the top, and I'm going to call it a Viz cam. And that's just, again, so that we can actually see what we're doing here. And I'm going to set the priority to something insane, like 200, and I'll remove the set priority on start. And the field of view should be 6, I reckon. And now I should be able to move that Viz cam over here, and I'll go ahead and check out the scene and save it. And now I should be able to look. Cool. So now I can really see. So Jacqueline was saying that the table was askew. I don't really know what she's talking about. Is it this one that's bothering her? I can't imagine that's going to bother anyone. I don't really know what she's talking about. Is that, I mean, is the table a perfect circle? I think it is a perfect circle. So there's no way that anything could be askew. If it is, it's just an illusion. I'm probably just going to have to comment on this card. Art. Oh, the art at Clover's study session table. Okay, I'm an idiot. She's not talking about the table. She's talking about the art. So which art is it? This book stack looks pretty good. This looks good to me. It must be this one. I don't really see any, again, I don't see any art that's askew. Maybe we already fixed it, although I doubt it. I don't see anything that looks too bad. Maybe just these books? I really don't know. Rotated at 30 degrees, so it all looks good. I guess I could make it like a child of the camera. See if it reveals anything. Seems like it still has zeroed out rotation, so I really don't know which one is askew, and I can't see it. So I'll just make a comment on the card. Actually, you know, better yet, I think I'll make the camera really tight field of view, and then I'll just move the camera over and down, and then I'll screenshot this. Oh, I see it. I see it right here. So that Oh yeah, and the cup. So that has got to be it. I bet that's it. Also, there's no drop shadows under these, which I think would help a lot. I think I see it. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. So this actually has a funky rotation, so I think it should probably be rotated potentially to 0 and then moved over. Oh no, there's a drop shadow underneath it. So let's make sure to get both. So yeah. Put them both at 0 and then move this stuff over. And it's kind of weird how the the candelabra is just kind of on top of the stuff. I don't really know that. Something XYZ, hello, welcome. This type of game, I would probably recommend Godot C#. You can definitely do this game like that. It may, however, not look as fancy in terms of lighting. So there is absolutely no lighting whatsoever in this game. I mean, there's cast shadows outside. There's no fancy lighting going on. The shaders are literally, they're not even Lambert. They're literally unlit. So I would say that this game is absolutely possible to do in Godot, and it would look exactly the same. And you would also save a bunch of money because you wouldn't have to be paying for pro licenses, although you might have to not have to pay that anyway if you don't make above 200 grand. But we do, so we have to pay for pro licenses, and it's really annoying. However, when we started this game 6 years ago, Godot was nowhere near where it was now. So that would have been really tough. Also, this was before the whole Unity pricing fiasco, so you know, people's faith in Unity was higher, and certainly mine was higher. But yeah, if we could do this all over, I think this game would be perfect in Godot, and it would be one of the coolest looking games ever made in Godot at the moment. Plus, there's just a lot of, Godot's hot right now, man. There's a lot of people interested in it, and you can actually get a lot of traffic to your game just by posting in the Godot forums with something really cool and exciting. But yeah, I think Godot would be a great option for a game like this. But 6 years in the making, too late. But yeah, no lighting at all going on. We use a lot of fake lighting tricks, but they're completely fake. We use literally alpha blend cards to do a lot of the lighting. All the God rays and everything, those are all fake. Never tried Godot, but I'm rooting for it myself as well. And also cool to have a fellow environment artist in the chat. Love it. Chrissy's hello, welcome, welcome. Are all your Jira tickets feedback from alpha testers? Most of our Trello tickets are, I assume you meant Trello, are just cards from ourselves, but we do have some bugs in there. But yeah, most of this stuff is just things that we want to get done. Baked lighting, so there's no baked lighting either, because there's just no lighting. There's no lighting, period. I mean, sometimes I paint lighting into the vertex color, but really it's, I mean, most of it's illustrations, so Jacqueline has drawn most of the lighting. And then also we just have simple point lights, and the point lights don't have any directionality. They're just pure distance. Just literally pure distance from the light source per pixel. It's very simple and very cheap. So looking at this, I saved it and it looks even worse now. So I don't really know what that's about. Also, I don't quite see the shadow on the table. I'm just gonna have to keep rotating it until it looks right, because this whole room is rotated at a weird angle. I'm just gonna have to eyeball it until it looks right, keep saving it. But this has gotta be the one she's talking about. Yeah, that looks way better. The teacup looks way better. The ink vial looks way better. Everything looks way better. Also, it looks like maybe the study pile shadow. We're seeing this weird alpha fringing, and I wonder, let's go ahead and check out that material. Okay. So that fringing is just on the texture itself. He's actually drawn shadows into the texture. So I think we might want to get rid of those because they look a little bit yucky. But in order to do that, unfortunately, I think we have to check out the entire texture. and it's a megalodon. It's a absolutely big texture. So here's all the garbage. Yeah, so she's drawn some lighting. I see what she was doing here. Speaking of drawing lighting into the texture. Oh, cool. She's made it on a different layer. Very simple for us. So we can just go ahead and save this. It'd look a lot better. There we go. So that looks a lot slicker and everything's really grounded on the table. I think I could lift everything a little more to create even a little bit more of a drop shadow effect. Because what we have here are two, speaking of fake lighting, right? Here's fake lighting. We've got two little alpha cards, and one of them is just using the alpha, and then it's a blend shader, so it's 100,000% fake shadow. When you have a fixed camera that doesn't move, you can do really, really cool trickery. So here's everything on the table has that little drop shadow. So this is, you know what? I bet these candelabras go away. I bet these candelabras become deactivated during the study session. Yep, study session in progress. Does this one? This one shouldn't. Yep, and that one stays. So everything's already perfect. I don't need to worry about anything. Cool. The only thing that looks a little weird is these fellas don't have any drop shadows. I think that they should have drop shadows, so I'm just gonna. Here's the trickery in action. I literally just duplicated this alpha card, and then I'm gonna grab that one underneath, and I'm gonna change it to library text shadow, and see it just changes to that shadowed effect. And I'll scale it down on the side so it's not poking out of the sides, the shadow. And I'll save that, and you'll see that this book will have this little like contact shadow going on. See that? That book now has that contact shadow. It really looks a lot more like it's sitting on the table. But it's not. It's floating on the table, and it's an alpha card. A lot of these tricks work in 3D. I'm telling you. It's these young kids, man. Really gets me. I am such an old man about environment art now, because there are just so many decisions, environment art decisions, that just drive me crazy. Like the movement toward volumetric light is completely bananas to me. It is so expensive, and it looks so trash. It looks so bad because, and I'm not saying it looks bad in and of itself, it looks bad because there is better methods. You can do alpha cards for it. You can do just like additive alpha cards. They're not just cheap, they're practically free. I mean, they are so obscenely inexpensive, and they look so good, and you can put them wherever you want. You can also, I'm going to rename this material to Furniture One Shadow. You can also sort of play the pocket a little with the, I call it play the pocket. That's a billiards term, but the sun could be pointed in one direction, and then you could rotate the God ray into another direction that just looks so perfect for your screenshot, even though it's not technically the way the sun is oriented. You do so many tricks with it, but the volumetric light, it also makes every day look like a forest fire is going on, which, I don't know. I mean, it looks good the way that Lucky Charms taste good. It looks good, but it's not always, you know, the most refined, not always in line with what you might be wanting to, you know, the look you might want to have. Like the new Oblivion, I'm just going to look at what shader this is right here. This is called just a shadow shader. The new Oblivion uses that volumetric light so much, and I get why they did it, right? Because they're just remastering a game. They don't really have a lot of art muscle going in. They're just looking to apply this like almost systemic lick of paint on everything. But still, it makes every day look like a forest fire is going on. And when you think about the original Oblivion in the art direction, you have these like really gorgeous clear days a lot of the time, and you just don't really have that anymore in the remastered. I'm not quite seeing the contact shadow, so I think I need to lift this up a little bit. Give that a save. Let me catch up with the chat. you keep going down this style of games, Godot is a very good fit. And the C# API is actually very easy to learn. Ask ChatGPT for specific functions. That's cool. I think if we explored Godot right now, first of all, our next game is going to be full 3D, but I still think Godot has everything you need for a beautiful 3D game. I just think that Godot doesn't really have a lot of good 3D artists yet in their community. But I'm really excited to try because on paper, I think Godot has all of the, it has all of the features I would need to really knock people's socks off. But I have not tested it yet. I would be most worried about performance. Keeping track of this act notices that there's no shadow under the tables. There is a shadow under the tables. There's this circle shadow right here. But there's no contact shadow. There's no ambient occlusion happening right at the base, which honestly, these tables look kind of brash. I felt that way for a long time. This shadow texture, I think, needs to be much darker. There we go. Now I'm sure we'll be able to see it. Also, it shouldn't be completely opaque. Render Q 3000, that's probably all right. Oh, it's actually much darker than the other shadow. Maybe go ahead and look at what value the other shadow is at. So let's check. So it is pure black, but it's more like 110. And the render Q is 3000. We'll keep it at that. So let's go pure black, and then let's just do 110. Just make it just like the other one. Give it, oh, I don't know why we can't save that. But there we go. There's a contact shadow. That looks a lot more like the book is sitting on the table now. Although for some reason, I guess just the actual texture is darker. Let's maybe knock that back a little bit. It just looks a little crazy. That should be good. Okay, that's great. So we've already saved the library interior. I don't need to do anything else other than just make absolutely certain I turn off the viz cam. I've made that mistake before. Oblivion really cheaped out on lighting artists. Well, I mean, it's, it's a remaster. I think that the whole development was cheap in a sense. Like, I don't think that they had anywhere near the art muscle that, a canonical Elder Scrolls would have. So I think they did a great job for how much I imagine they probably spent on it. We haven't really seen a remaster done like that to that level. But yeah, there's a lot of really inefficient stuff going on. Love games Scott Warren has worked on. The dude knows how to light. What? I don't even really know the name. What games are those? Not stress tested the performance, so can't really say. My brother did some experimenting with Mega Bonk toy game and said it performs very well. Yeah, interesting. Under the table closer to the legs. Yeah, I agree. There should probably be some kind of like AO style shadowing going on down there, but I'll maybe defer that because it's starting to get a little noodly. But I agree. I think it would look better with that. So art study, I think the table is skewed. I think that we fix that. Let me go ahead and scroll all the way up to the top. So, okay. Let's just knock a couple cards. It's not the thing I want to do. I just want to do something really quick. Here we go. This one I'm sure we can fix quickly. So she's saying, I was saying I don't see the issue. She's saying the candles are cut off at the top, but she's saying it's in the bathhouse. So I got the wrong interior. I don't know if the timestamp was wrong or what, but let's go check out the bathhouse. So I'm going to place my character, oops. I'm going to place my character here at the front of the school. Yeah. And then I'll just go into developer start settings. And then we'll run into the we still got the library interior. Turned on. Turn off the library interior. Turn that off. Run into the bathhouse and see if we can find the candle she was talking about. Yeah, I think I would have to do that, something XYZ. It's like a little like 2-week test or maybe even more. Seeing if it has everything I need. I really think it does. I don't need a lot. I really don't. I think people kind of assume... Ooh, I don't like that weird little line there. That actually bothers me a lot. People often assume that like I want the latest bells and whistles, probably just because eShade was kind of high fidelity. But I hate bells and whistles. Just give me a good light baker. Give me some. Oh, that shouldn't be in front. The draw order is wrong on that shadow. Give me a nice high level shader language. Write my own shaders. I'll be off to the races. This is weird how she can just walk through these shadows, and also I'm seeing what Jacqueline was talking about with these cut off. Looks like really just the one over here. She also mentioned all the candle flames are in the wrong place. I don't know how that happens. I guess she must have overwrote the texture or something. Seems like all of them have flames in the wrong places. But that's actually not going to be super fast to fix, but we can fix it. Let's do it. So I'll give that one a save. Actually, we should really make sure that's marked to be checked in. It's called Giant Cave, so let's go Giant Cave. Not checked in yet. Take that in there. And then I'm going to go into the bathhouse interior.blend. And we'll go ahead and make sure we have all the relevant files checked out. So back to Unity, just waiting for it to do whatever it does when you leave play mode. It does clearly a lot of things. I imagine it solves like world hunger and stuff based on how long it takes. Got some meshes to check out. Oh, we'll go ahead and turn on the bathhouse interior in the scene mode. And let's see if there's some kind of viz cam in here. There's not, of course there's not, but it should be pretty easy to see what's going on. So I'll just look from right here and let's go ahead and fix this. So open the, B, looking for BA. There it is, bathhouse. Oh, port eShade. Oh, port like some stuff from eShade. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Probably take a long time to do entire environments, but probably yeah, just bring a couple trees. Actually, I've already done it. I'll show you guys. I was messing around a little. Oh, I can never find Godot's. Godot for some reason doesn't have a shortcut for me. Do I actually have to go to program files? I think I do. Users. Where is program files now? I forget. They moved it, right? Oh no, it's still in here. Okay. Got worked on some, Back for Blood and Call of Duty. Cool. I think test 2 is the latest one for you guys. I brought just like one building and one tree into Godot. Because I was pretty sure that like Godot already looked way better than most of the stuff I was seeing come out of it. An awful long time, probably because OBS is running. So this is, I don't really like what the tone mapping is doing right now, but this is the little test that I ran. I brought the Kestrel's Eerie from Eastshade in. And it bakes pretty cool. Like, check out the interior lighting. Like, there's no textures. I didn't bring all the textures in and stuff. I just have this matte material, but like, I can already tell there's a lot of beef going on in the lighting. One thing I hate about Godot that I already know would bother me a lot, I really don't like the spec model. Like, it tends to beat up a lot. It tends to like beat up on the corners and do funky things. But yeah, I mean, I like it. I can also tell that the foliage shader has some like has some subsurface scattering algorithm that I think would work great. Simple. Works for my vegetation. I just jammed these trees into the ground. I got like such garbage going on here. But yeah, I think it could, you know, put some time into it. I think it could look really good, I'm sure. I think maybe the worst part about it, I personally feel the cast shadows are pretty bad. Like, I have them looking as good as I could get them to look, but that's only with it. Like, look how quick it fades out. That's pretty quick. And if I extend that out further, then you get a lot of issues with the cast shadows. Just the basic shadow casting is quite bad compared to Unity or Unreal. Actually, Unity's is not even good compared to Unreal's, and then Godot is, I would say, a step or two below that. And then I really don't like the spec. The spec model just beads up in weird ways. Just it sort of like sparkles and gets out of control sometimes. But it's ticky tacky. It doesn't like that big a deal. Anyhow, that's my little Godot experiment. I just know I can make it look like. I just spent like probably a couple hours on this. I'm pretty sure I could absolutely blow people's minds as to what Godot can do. If I spend more time on it. So let's see which. Unhide everything, turn everything into a cone, and then we've got this. This is where the candles are projected to, and this is bathhouse interior 2. So that's what we want to do. We want to take bathhouse interior 2. Want to mark it for exports. Bathhouse interior 2. Check that out, and then I just want to fix that cutoff. I'm pretty sure that's the only. These all look good. Oh, actually, maybe that's cut off. I don't know. But we'll find out really easily right now. So let's go ahead and go into textured mode. So we do have one cut off there. Bot524, hello, welcome. Did you bake the lighting for the interiors, or is it SSI? No, I baked the lighting. Oh, this is another thing that really bugs me about the way the industry is going. Actually, it's not the way the industry is going. It's the way the hobbyist industry is going. And the engines are going, because they sort of seem to follow the hobbyists. But I really hate how everyone is working on real-time GI. It's like we're just spinning our wheels. We're just going backwards. We're really going backwards with real-time GI. Like, you're just taking all of the performance gains that we have made in hardware, and you're throwing them in the trash for nothing. For GI that looks way worse than what we already had with baked GI. I'd say the only advantage to real-time GI is that you don't have to bake, which is nice, but it looks horrible. It looks horrible, and it's insanely expensive for nothing. And nobody's doing it. Like, no real game that looks actually good, that people want to play, that has, you know, artists behind it. Nobody's doing real-time GI yet. Everyone's baking, because baking looks better and it performs better. Why on earth would you go real-time GI? And why Godot is like barely working on baking? Like, their light baker could look so much better. It's ugly in a lot of ways compared to what I know we could have with it. But they're pouring all the resources into real-time GI. Bugs me. Real-time GI is the greatest little gimmick for games that aren't actually working on commercial production. I feel like as soon as you start working on commercial production and you learn that you can get like 25% of your frame time back and have the game look better for the cost of a little bit of memory and a little bit of baking, I mean, almost anybody's going to do that. And no downsides. Yeah, I mean, there's another thing. Right, like they could work on just making baking faster. I would much prefer that compared to just working on real-time GI. Elvis MD says, what's the alternative to real-time GI? Baking takes too long. So probably every game that you've ever thought looked good has baked GI. So baking does not take too long. I mean, it takes too long if you don't know how to do it. Like if you try to make all your trees and foliage take baked GI and stuff, but you know, usually you just set your interiors and exteriors and sort of your architecture and a couple other things. Put those in the GI bake, and you have GPU acceleration and stuff. It doesn't take too long. Like I think pretty sure that baking all of Eastshade took like under 15 minutes. That's the production bake. That's literally the one I shipped the game with. Pretty fast. Also, that scene I just showed you guys bakes in like a couple minutes as well. It has like a ton. I mean, you saw how many houses were in there. There's like 100, probably not 100, but like a good 30 houses, all of them with interiors. Let me catch up on chat here, a little bit behind. Elvis said, if baked lighting looked exactly like real-time GI, devs would use real-time GI to iterate the level and then bake in the end. But it often doesn't look the same. No, it doesn't look the same because yeah, baked GI looks so much better than real-time GI. And yeah, it doesn't have all those horrible artifacts and stuff. But it's pretty fast to bake. Baked GI is quite quick, and basically every commercial game is baking their GI still. So Maggie LV1, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Elvis asks, are there good resources on baking lighting on Unreal Unity? Can't ever find good learning resources. I don't know of any in particular because I haven't really looked. Haven't really looked at any sort of 3D or really game tutorials in a very long time. I need to go into edge mode in the UVs here. Come on now. Blender sort of, here we go. What is it? What is this noise? This is the noise I don't hear often. Tall Turtle, thank you for the resub. Thank you, thank you. 2 months, really appreciate that, Tall Turtle, and welcome, by the way, hello. See. Siler says, the 2 most wanted game categories, open world games, really don't want to spend 24 hours baking light into textures only to have make changes later on. Well, for open world games, I mean, Eastshade's an open world game and the whole thing baked in 15 minutes. Eastshade is 1 kilometer in diameter, which is, you know, I mean, Skyrim is 4.5 kilometers in diameter. But again, you just have to look at, I mean, what are studios actually doing, right? No, sounds like maybe you are working in AAA games right now, Leah. Are you working on a game that does real-time GI? Because maybe my knowledge is out of date, but the last time I checked, every single AAA studio, open world or not, is using baked GI. But you also don't have to bake everything unique. Like if you've got, you know, an open world game with a lot of interiors, if you have like, you know, a bunch of the houses are the same, you can just run the GI bake for the interior mesh and they can all sample the same texture. You don't need to bake unique GI for every single pixel in the world like it's like id Tech 5 or something. There's so many tricks to make it work. And it's just to save 20% of your frame, you know, is kind of a no-brainer. I have not seen anybody use. It doesn't seem like anybody's using real-time GI. I mean, we've seen a couple weird bouts with it. I think the latest Battlefield uses like, or not even the latest Battlefield. The Battlefield before that, I think, used like Enlighten, which, I mean, it is a form of baked GI, right? It's just a really needlessly complicated one. But I just haven't seen anybody use fully real-time GI like, like SSIL or the Ray Marching one. Can't remember the name of that one, or the Voxel real-time GI. I just haven't seen people use it in actual production yet. Maybe that's coming, but I like the baked better. Yeah, they are all over the stream, all over the place, aren't they, Tall Turtle? It's because I'm a scatterbrain. Source 2 Hammer, you have a path traced view, which looks similar enough. The baked result. Interesting. Okay. So that's probably taking kind of the Blender approach. Probably does like that GPU accelerated sort of fast bake. Yeah, I can imagine. Okay, so the card we're working on, let me try to stay on task here. So I think I just need to go into edge mode and weld this. There we go. Anyhow, I'm like a hardliner on real-time GI. But I could be behind the times. I could just be an old man and we could be changing, I don't know. But it just doesn't seem like a good trade-off to me. It doesn't seem like a trade-off that anybody would want to make who's working in production. Maybe I'm already wrong. Maybe I'm already out of date. I don't know. Maybe the latest games are using real-time GI. What's going on with that? I think, oh, that candle just looks like it's cut off, but it's actually not. So the other issue that Jacqueline pointed out was that all the candle flames are in the wrong spots. I don't really know what the deal with that is. I don't know how that happened, but I guess the concept was, or the illustration underneath was changed. But what I do for that is I've got this little sphere in here in the candle prefab, and I check out that prefab for the flame, and I just enable the sphere. That way I can see exactly where the source is for the light, for the flame particle, so that I can put that right on the wicks of the candle. So let's see if I can make that happen. So now I've turned on the sphere and I've got this little white sphere. I can see those little dots everywhere. And now I can go ahead and I'll go use the bathhouse that's actually in the main scene so that I can see it update as I'm working. Just because I can't see it update until I save the prefab. Go bathhouse interior. Is it's already on. And okay, I can already see that. And I'm just going to go try to find the little flames here, candles, and we'll just sort of try to move these into the right spots. Hey Wombat, welcome. Songs of Glimmerwick 2 when? Oh please. Gotta get number 1 out first here. Kingdom Come Deliverance uses some sort of probed real-time GI for bounce lights. Interesting. I feel like CryEngine has always been a little bit weird. They always have been, I feel like they're doing real-time GI even before it was cool. But yeah, curious. Leah says, oh, I wish I am surrounded by lighting artists that work in the industry. I know of engines such as Northlight, which Remedy uses, that works perfectly fine with custom lighting scenarios. No, I haven't heard of Northlight. Okay, so just gonna try to put these little tiny candle flames. Gonna try to move them to the nearest candles, at least so they can appear like they're on one of these candles, since they're all just in sort of random places. They really are all in random places. Very tedious. We'll get it done. Okay. Now just looking through. Cool. We've already fixed a bunch of them. Kind of hard to tell which ones are. Here, this one is definitely broken. Go. About that. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Got another one sort of floating off over here. That one forward and down. The left. Peak. Very nice. I can even move it right here parametrically. Okay. Looks like we're losing it somehow. Hey, where'd it go? What's going on here? Weird. Is it like sub-pixel? Maybe let's make our little spheres a little bit bigger because it seems like some of them are going sub-pixel on us. Lumen, megalites, and especially substrate will have major updates in future UE versions, especially 5.7, but the real deal will probably be specialized engine tweaks such as the ones CD Projekt Red uses. So most of these lights appear to be on a candle, but there's still a bunch of them that aren't. Yeah, it certainly seems like Lumen is going in the direction of real-time GI, so maybe it will turn into the thing. Although I'm not even sure about like the whole virtualized geometry push either. Gosh, it just seems like no matter how fast or good the hardware is getting, it seems like we're always trying to like find technologies that will create enough overhead so that the environment artists don't have that extra capacity anymore. Like everyone is always trying to take the gains. Like everyone wants the gains, right? Like the GPUs get more powerful, then the TV manufacturers want more pixels, and the monitors want more pixels, and like, oh, there's your gains, all the gains you had. We want to take them because we want more pixels, right? That's what gamers want. Well, maybe not. Maybe they want more draw calls. Maybe they want more beautiful, detailed scenes and stuff. And then, GPUs keep getting more powerful, and then people want faster refresh rates, which is fine. I get that one. That one I get. And then keep getting more powerful, and then we want virtualized geometry. You can have tons and tons and tons of polys. But what about the draw calls? Why does nobody care about the draw calls? I speak for the draw calls. Let us have draw calls. That's what I want. I want to put I want my forests to look like forests for the first time, because we're not there yet. So hard. The amount of ferns in a forest is completely bananas. And I don't want them to all be the exact same one, right? I want a couple of them, which means that it'll make instancing less efficient. So I don't just want 5,000 instanced ferns. I want 1,000 instanced ferns, 1,000 instanced trees, 1,000 instanced tree trunks, 1,000 instanced underbrush, 1,000 instanced bushes. That's what I want. That's where I would spend our performance budget. By our, I mean collectively. That's where I would spend. But then I'm just like everyone else, right? I just want the I want the extra compute for myself. Okay, so we've put all of the flames on an actual candle, so they're not floating in no man's land anymore. Okay, let me catch up here. Well, not too much. It says 32 hours deep now. 32 hours deep in what? In Glimmerwick? No, there's no way. Sensei, hello. The dream of every tree having its own shader. Or at least just having as many trees as a real forest has, because we're still not, I mean, there's so many trees in a real forest. Pixels is one of the stupidest uses of hardware, I feel like. Just having more pixels, especially when you combine that with the desire to have higher frame rates. You're just completely taking away all of the gains. Frame rates I get. I even get why people want 120. Not necessarily because 120 looks so much better than 60, but because 120 gives you enough room to sort of have an unstable frame rate and you won't even notice. And then it also improves the latency for when you're clicking input buttons. And it does feel really nice. I get that. I'm not even like a frame rate junkie, but I do definitely feel the improved latency for 120. And all that stuff that like NVIDIA just trying to do, like with the like the weird like low latency modes and stuff like that. It's all just like fake. We're all just trying to fake it. I'm just moving all of these for anyone new to the stream. The task at hand is I'm just trying to move all these candles onto an actual candle because they're just kind of floating in the middle of nowhere. Go ahead and apply all my changes so I don't lose my work. I think that's where the indie scene can really excel with custom solutions that cater towards more niche needs that AAA moves away from. Yeah, like East Shade Studios just spending all of the extra compute on draw calls. But even then, I mean, East Shade is never going to perform as well as a AAA game, despite my prioritization of just putting lots of veggies on screen. Just because I don't have the other $10 million to spend on optimization of all kinds. I am really excited about Godot, though. I really think that, especially because I'd really love to experiment with a fixed camera 3D game. It'll blow people's minds. I know I've talked about my fixed camera fetish before. But I'm really excited by the idea of what kind of worlds we could make if we stop letting the player have so much control over camera. Look. Okay, so most of these are on some kind of, got a few random floaters still. Got to fix the ones over on the left side. Oh, this is going to get really hairy. It's really hard to tell what's going on here because we have the sort of weird projection perspective going on, but we'll see what we can do. So while I'm gabbing, I've just been moving these around, just trying to fix the origin points of all these flames. We're almost done, just a few left. They really were all over the place. You get a draw call and you get a draw call. That's right. Hey, AJ. Welcome back. Why look to the horizon when there's a perfectly good ground to stare at? Exactly. Exactly. Or at least if you do look at the horizon, it's because we wanted you to look at the horizon, and then we can adjust our performance trade-offs accordingly. Okay, so we're almost on a handle. Yeah. To 11.1. Oops, wrong direction. 10.9. 10.95. Okay. Perfect. I think that there's only one flame that is now in a bad spot, and that's this one right here. Okay. Oops, I'm scaling it. I don't mean to be scaling it. I mean to be moving it. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. Perfect. Okay. I think that's all of them. I think we did. Oh, whoops. Did I even do the one in the middle? I don't think I did. All right, well, let's take a peek at that one. Oh, I'll go ahead and save. Leah says, do you use trim sheets and tiling textures in your projects? When I was born, my mother, she tried to, you know, swaddle me and stuff. But my first words, I just asked my mom for a trim sheet. That's all I wanted. And that's my life. Absolutely use trim sheets. And tiling textures, what kind of question is that? Like asking if the Pope is a Christian. Yeah, Eastshade was largely made like our last title, Eastshade, the open world adventure game where you play as a traveling artist. Barely had like any hero props, barely any 1/1 textures, like barely any unique unwraps. Okay, just finding spots for all these candles. I like to make all kinds of new props out of just using trim sheets in creative ways. I feel like that's like my superpower. As an environment artist, I think that that's my best skill is like making architecture and working with UVs and making lots of unique stuff without making a bunch of unique 1/1 unwraps. Keep the texel density high, you keep the texture amount of textures authored low. Okay, I think that every single flame is on a candle now. Maybe, okay, I see actually one, this very low one down here. I think probably, maybe to this day, I think that trim sheets and the tiling texture workflow and UV unwrapping in general is probably the biggest gap between academia, between like 3D schools that try to teach game art. It's the biggest gap between what schools are teaching and what the industry is actually doing. Like I feel like most students, their portfolios are filled with all these hero props, like these unique sculpts of things. Like, oh look, I made a Victorian table, and it's like a 4096, and it's a completely unique sculpt where every single pixel is its own, you know, taking up its own spot on your model. It's just not how we do it. It's just not how anyone is doing it. I mean, yeah, every once in a while you make a, you know, you make a hero prop, but for the most part, you know, most environments are made out of UV tricks, accordion folding and wiffle waffling, and tiling textures, and vertex colors, like texture splatting and texture masking, and like masks blending between two different textures, and with the mask at a different frequency than the two textures, just stuff like that. Nobody's really teaching that kind of stuff. Leah Sailor asked, where is it all hand painted? So, okay. For some reason, I assumed you were talking about E-Shade when you asked about trim sheets. There's no trim sheet. Oh, actually, that's not true. There are a few trim sheets in Songs of Glimmerwick. But Songs of Glimmerwick is, you know, top down. Almost everything is illustrated in the game. It's like 99% just like illustrated things. But there are a few tiling textures. Actually, I'm always linking to this, but it is kind of a banger of a video here that I made on my channel. Actually, where are you? Are you from Twitch or are you from YouTube? Let me see. Oh, you are from YouTube. Okay, so maybe you've even seen this video, but I did make a video about exactly this topic. Covers all this stuff. Not that you should watch it or anything. Perfectly fine to ask as well. I like questions. But I'll just post this in here in case anyone's interested, because Glimmerwick is such a strange game. Like it has such a strange art pipeline. I've got this. Look at it. Tuckmuck says still on a 1080 monitor with a 3060. Nice. Wombat says bathhouse secret passageway. That sounds naughty. It says, I can imagine that having trim sheets, etc. I only wondered for this project. Yeah, so you're right. You're right on that. Everything is definitely hand painted. I assumed you meant for E-Shade. Okay, here we go. So now I'm gonna open up that candle, turn off the sphere, and save. But even this game does have a few trim sheets actually, and tiling textures. Like actually the floor, the floor here is a tiling texture. Here, this is a trim sheet. The edge of this bathhouse is also a trim sheet, or the edge of the bath here. All of these beams, all the beams are wood trims. That's all. This is a uniquely painted thing. Yeah, actually this interior has a ton of 3D, like just full 3D going on. This is a trim sheet right here. This is a wood unwrapped along the trim sheet. Oh yeah, I lied actually. Even this game has tons of trim sheets. All right, so turning off that. Let's just run around in there and make sure that the candles look okay. Aku says, have you seen those videos of someone mapping their webcam feed onto 3D model, painting the textures live physically by hand? No, I haven't seen that. Sounds crazy. Into the bathhouse we go. Okay, so here's all the candles. Okay, come on, are you serious? You know what I might have not done? I think maybe I didn't save my changes on the prefab. I think that must be what I did, what happened there, because there's no way. I mean, we just fixed all of those. Right? Please, please. Please let that be the case. Oops, not the library. It's going to be the bathhouse. Turned off the bathhouse. Bathhouse interior. Yes, all the transforms I see are specialized. So let's go ahead and apply. Phew, that would have been bad. Would have been real bad. Gosh, I can't get, there it goes. Okay. Beautiful. Well, almost beautiful, because that one is clearly behind. Got one flame behind. Most of these seem all right. We'll leave it. And pretty good. Just this one is very distracting, and then we'll call it. Bum, 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 bum. Where are you? The weird one. You. It is you, right? There was one that was like behind. Was that really it? That one doesn't look behind. Huh. Well, maybe I'll just kind of grab all of them. If I grab all of them and push them all forward, that should give me a little bit of insurance here. Oh, but there's a few still that are not included in that group. Let's see. Come on now, you. You're not going to select for me, are you? Okay, these two. Let's grab these two. Move these forward. You give it a save, and let's give it another check. I thought that card was going to take like 1 minute. But it'll be nice to have that one done. Then we'll have done 2 cards on the day. Good start. Oops, wrong door. Oh man. So somehow we borked that one up, but that, well, is it too low? No, maybe it's all right. You know, maybe it looks fine. Maybe I shouldn't worry about it. Let's just leave it. Let's leave it. It's good. It's beautiful. Okay. All right, let's call it. So call that one done. Now, what's the one I just fixed before this is the, okay. Projection and bathhouse candle issue fixes. Glorious. So check those in. Let's see if there's any other easy ones. If I could get to 3, that would be great. I did remember another easy one. Collision bug on the lighthouse bridge. That one is actually fairly high priority. Let's take a peek. Let's see if we can fix that one real quick. That would be lovely. Actually, Wombat found this one. Maybe Wombat's still around. if I recall correctly. Okay, so here we go, developer settings. Let's see if I can try to repro that bug of walking off the side of the bridge here. The bridge collision has always been a little bit weird. It's a very strange bridge. Well, I found all of them. Definitely found a lot of the collision bugs. So somehow Wombat was able to... Okay. There, we did it. I don't remember that that's the way that Wombat actually fell off. See, if you just act like a good little boy and walk right over the bridge here, then you don't have an issue. But if you act like a crazy person... I remember Wombat actually pushed himself through the north corner of the bridge. Okay, but it seems easy to get through the south corner there. So let me take a look at what's going on with the collision. You can do the very end and fall off. Oh, okay, at the very end as well. All right, let's see what's going on with the collision. So this bridge is just so strange. We had to mess with the step offset. I think what might fix, they're saying the far end. I'm pretty sure what would fix the far end is just making this collision go straight. That'll be easy enough. But looking at what would fix this side, if I check out what's going on with the collision, so. Okay, so these walls are actually quite puny. These are very puny walls. So they should probably be taller than that. And the ones that are close to the bridge should be very tall to really protect. Because I think what's happening, what I would imagine, actually it's hard to really understand. I think what's happening is when the player passes onto the bridge, their like ability to go over inclines is hugely increased. The reason is that this bridge is so, you actually look at it from the side, it's so steep. From the player perspective, it's not that steep, but we're just using some twisted perspective to make the look of this bridge correct. So because her max incline is increased so much, she's almost kind of like a four-wheel monster truck. And maybe she can sort of push herself up the side of this. So I just need to find a way to stop that from happening. All right, so I've got to find where this bridge even is. It's probably in the terrain. I'm going to guess it's in the terrain. We'll go ahead and give this a, oh, it's not writable. Okay. Just going to hope we already saved that. And let's go into the terrain. And, oops. I'm going to make sure nothing is exporting. Let's go to our bridge. Oh, okay. This is pleasing me that our bridge is actually kind of, the source file for our bridge is kind of close to the terrain, which I really like. So let's look at what we've got here. So we've got the lighthouse bridge. That's the render mesh. We're not interested in the render mesh. And here is the collision. So there's the collision mesh. And then we also need to find the collision mesh for this, which I'm just going to click on it and we're going to go into the outliner. Here it is. So this is the city upper terrace fizz. So I'm going to mark that one for export. That's the other one we're concerned with. This wall is just very puny. This wall is not formidable enough to stop the wombats of the world. We're going to have to get some more maximum security here. Middle of the night. Fixing this will also fix the cart speeding up. The cart speeding up, where you're using the, not remembering the cart speeding up bug right now. I'd have to take a look. So first things first is I think we should just straight up increase the height of the wall just a little bit. This sort of insurance. One bug that'll be really easy to fix, I think, should be the ability at the end. So the bridge widens a little bit at the end. Pretty sure if I just go straight like this, there's no way. There's just not going to be any way to get out. There. And even kind of cage in the top. The only problem is I just need to make sure that the door at the end is still interactive. And that this collision is not blocking any raycasts. Here we go with the bridge. Edge loops, now the top. So they're completely caged in. There's no way they're getting out. The only thing is I'm pretty sure what's happening with the character controller is the character controller is kind of like Skyrim mountain goat horsing up the side right here. And I just need to find a way to fix that. This is now a little bit taller, and I should probably make these really tall like that. Might help a little. And then also I'm thinking we're going to add a solidify modifier on here. Sometimes when a player collides with the back face of a collision mesh, it can do kind of funny things and let you pass through it. So let's add a solidify. Let's give it like a good bit of thickness here, something like that. So that's the first attempt. Right, this is solidify. We got to go like 0.5 here. Oops, 5, 0.7. Save this. I got to make sure that these are writable. So the first one is Lighthouse Bridge 1. Let's make that, check that out. Lighthouse Bridge 1. Fizz mesh, of course. And then the other one that we have marked for export. Oh man, come on, what is it? It's this cube right here is going to be Terrain City Upper Terrace. So let's City Upper Terrace. Make sure that that fizz mesh, and we'll go ahead and run the exporter, and then just want to make sure the fizz actually updates, because it tends to not update, which is super annoying. What's going on? Where's the fizz? Look, it's like disappeared itself. Check and recheck it. And then I'll go to Terrain City Upper Terrace. Gotta go down to the fizz, uncheck and recheck there. Now it's back. I'll take an eyeball of it just to see what's going on. So it looks like that could be a place where the player's falling through. I'm not exactly sure, but I'll definitely close it off. Okay. You know, I'm going to go ahead and, well, we'll test it. Let's test it right now, because it'd be nice to know exactly what. Well, I'm going to see if I got 100% repro right now for getting out of there. So I'm going to see if I at least fix that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think there's any getting through this. Yeah, I don't think you can get through this. Anyhow, it doesn't matter anymore. It used to be really, really easy. Like 100% of the time you can get through it now. Oh, snap. Okay, perfect. So you can get through it if you just go do it just right. But that shouldn't be a problem. That's really easy to patch that up. So the other thing I want to check is the one at the end. So we know about that one. Not too bad. No diving from bridge. Yeah. Actually, I'm glad that I can repro it because I thought it was going to be even spookier. Now, so I cannot select the door, which is... Oh, actually, we haven't even finished the end yet, so who even cares? The end was never done. This is weird, though, that you can crawl up the side of that. I don't know how that's even going on. Yeah, so the end was never done. But once we make that door interactive, it's going to be no problem. The end of the bridge was never leading to anywhere, and we never had any collision on this, so I don't even care. But really what should happen, I believe, is the collision should just stop you right there. So let's actually make that happen. Place the cauldron on the floor beneath the bridge and let the carrot. I haven't fixed the cauldron bug yet, so I'm confident that that is going to wreak all sorts of havoc. Yeah, because right now when you interact with the cauldron, the player pathfinds to it, which uses it uses the nav mesh, and the nav mesh is completely different than the colliders in the world. So that's why you can break all sorts of things. And like every breakage you find with the cauldron, it's not like another bug. It's just like the same bug everywhere. So once we fix what's going on with the player when you interact with the cauldron, we need to be careful about constructions that the player pathfinds to because she uses the nav mesh. We just need to be careful what's going on with that. Now, and I haven't even looked at the cauldron ones yet. Okay, so looking at the bridge, here we go. I'll just sort of keep it level like that, and then I'll export, and then I just want to click on the bridge, and let's just see the net or what's going on with the collider. So that's good. So I want to push it forward to where you can't walk past the lighthouse. Let's push it forward even more like that. Export. I hate how the collision mesh just doesn't update until you uncheck and recheck. So it needs to be pushed even more. It also looks like the top part could go that way significantly. Click on it, uncheck and recheck. That looks pretty good. And I'll just make sure that pitch the entire top part backward. I don't want the player to be able to walk up it. So it needs to be quite extreme would be my guess. I'll just sort of bend this back like that. Probably even more than this actually, potentially. Be a really steep incline. Okay, how's that? Let's see. That seems pretty good. And then we'll make our collision right there. I need to make sure that this is on the ignore raycast layer. And then we should still be able to interact with the door. And in fact, that might be something I can do like right now. There's the lighthouse tower. And should we click on the whole lighthouse? Should the whole lighthouse be interactive? I'm not sure. Anyway, I wonder if the lighthouse projection itself is in this file. Lighthouse cliff. Why not the lighthouse? Does the lighthouse even have a projection? No, the lighthouse is a straight quad. Let's actually check out the lighthouse texture. So probably the easiest thing to do. I could cut that out, but the unfortunate part is I'm gonna have to project. I'm gonna have to make a custom mesh for the lighthouse door, and it's just fine, but I just don't know where to put it. I don't know where to put it so that I can find it again. All right, rock on. Thanks for dropping by, Tall Turtle, and thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your breakfast. So where do we put this door? I guess we can just put it in, like, make a new Blender file. It's the only thing I can think of. Fine. I'll save it, and then I'll just, like, make a new Blender file, reload startup. And let me just make sure there's no big data in here. Nope, we're good. Okay, and let's make a new empty cube, and I'm gonna save this project, or this Blender file, as lighthouse. Should I call it lighthouse door? No, I'm gonna call it lighthouse. Wombat, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate that. And add a plane. And I'm gonna just move this plane and then rotate it -60 degrees. And let's check out our lighthouse texture here, our lighthouse material, excuse me. Make sure that that plane has the correct material. Then go to the UV, unwrap that, make sure it has the correct texture. Go to textures. There's the lighthouse. Beautiful. And then put it in textured mode. And I'm going to add a camera to the scene. And just make sure the camera's a perfect square. So I'm going to go to the render, just type in 1000, 1000. And then take out all this wacky rotation. Put our own rotation here. 180. We're going to rotate it 60 degrees. Oops. I'm going to rotate it -60 degrees. There we go. And I'm going to change the view to orthographic. Now I can look through the camera and just do a straight project. And we should be able to stick our door on it. I'm going to have to, actually, what really would be big brain move. Looks like the camera is, or it looks like the lighthouse is a double tall, a triple tall. What is the resolution of this texture? Quadruple tall? No, just a double tall. Okay, so that just means we want our X to be, we look at the camera render settings, we just want our X to be 500 pixels. There we go, perfect. And now we can move the camera. Just so, look through the camera and project. And so just be able to put the door right on it. Something like that. Now I'll just cut out the door. Easy cheesy. No problem. Oops. Make sure we do correct UVs. I don't know why that's not on by default. Actually, you know, I'll put a cut right down the middle of the door. And I'll cut right off the top, and I'll just delete the top part. We need to cut out the door so that we can animate the material to light up when you mouse over it. That's what I'm doing here. So just cutting out, actually it's much better to cut in a little bit, like be a little bit too far in on the door. So just cutting. Yeah, I'll get the bottom of this. I'll cut around this bush. Okay, and then we'll cut to the middle just to have a spot to sort of save our progress, if you will, on the cut. All right. Now we've just got the door. Invert the selection. Here's just the door. And I'll go ahead and move that mesh down closer to the origin. I have no idea what kind of scale we're going to need for this, but we'll just call this lighthouse door underscore LD0. And then I just need to go to the Unity tools and make sure we're exporting to the correct folder into the models folder of our Songs of Glimmerwick project folder, and then make sure relative path is unchecked. I'm gonna make sure it's kind of moved in the middle, make sure it's parented here, and it should have the right material. Export, and now we should have our door. So here is the lighthouse. Let's add our lighthouse door. There we go. It will rotate local. Okay, so we need to go like negative 260 or something. No? What's going on here? Just the wrong orientation. Oh, right, because the quad already has rotation. So we just, there we go. Now this whole thing is the wrong orientation. I'll just rotate it here until it's right. Let's go like negative 90. Let's try that. Export. Yep, that's correct. I'll just make sure that the camera is also rotated negative 90, just so I'm not confused as to what the heck is going on. I'm gonna go in here. Export. Now I'll scale the door down. And put it right over our old door. You know, for whatever reason, do we have weird skewing? I don't really know what's going on, but I'm going to crack out this door. So it's still, it has 0 rotation, but it still is not the same rotation as this quad. This quad is 30 degrees. I don't know why. The lighthouse has no rotation. I don't know why the 30 degrees is different on this door. Yeah, it is rotated 30 degrees. Oh, it's because it has scale on it, maybe? Ah, gee. Yeah, it was. It was because it has scale on it. Okay, good. There. Now we should have a much easier time covering up this door. And it's really hard to tell from the perspective view if it's covered up properly. So I'm going to take our player and I'm going to move our player way down here, hopefully so that we get a very close camera view on the door. Okay. Zooming in here. And I'll just grab that door. Looks like it's a little bit bigger. So I'm going to just increase the, or decrease the scale of it. 0.57, 0.57, 0.57. Whoa, wow. 13.9, 13.92, 13.8, 13.85. 13.87. Moving it over to the left a tiny bit. That's pretty close. Okay, I moved it to the left a little bit too much. Move it to the right. Pretty close. It's almost pixel perfect. Close enough for me anyway. It actually looks a little bit too small now. I'll increase the scale a tiny bit. Getting closer. Move it down. Okay. All right, that's enough. Stop it. Stop it right now. Okay, I'll stick it inside of the lighthouse cliff. Perfect. So now I just need to go grab some of the stuff off of a door that works, because it'll just be easier. So we have a box collider, we have an interactive, we have a portal. I'll go ahead and copy the portal. We have a game object finder and a lockable bark. I'm sure we'll end up with a lockable bark, but right now we'll just add the box collider. Oops. Box collider. Sort of a weird box, but anyway. I just want it to be really wide and pretty tall. There's just no reason, there's nothing else here that the player is going to be interacting with, so it's completely reasonable to have a really big interaction box for this. And then we need that portal. The portal doesn't go to the Newt's Eye interior. Well, I'll just leave it like that for now. And then we also need an interactive. And the interactive needs to set this mesh render to glow. And then I'll go ahead and save. If exterior world's not checked out, exterior world is not checked out. Okay. So what else did I need? Right, while we're in play mode, let's fix that final little hole here. So I think maybe I'll just grab the edge. Something like that. Maybe it will help us not be able to fall through. Oops, no, we gotta go way lower with it because it's really poking out. So way lower, and we'll go a little bit wider. And now it's too low. Maybe just the left side could go up. Seems pretty good. I still just want it a little bit lower right here. I don't want it actually floating above the ground in any way. Okay. Now, in order to shore up the final piece, I think maybe just on the left side, we need one more little wall. Yeah. Okay. Alt M at last. Okay, now I really hope players can't get through that. Let's give it a try. And hopefully the little interaction at the end will also work. Seems like the player really got shoved into the ground. I don't know why this is happening. I don't know why it's happening. Oh, I know. Actually, I know why it's happening. It's because the collision just... You need to just like turn it off and on again in order for it to register. So I don't know why Unity doesn't reload collision like it does with meshes. It's very strange. Okay, so I really do need to save exterior world. We've made some changes in it. And now let's see if this is going to work. No, like it technically works, but I hate what it does. Like I hate that you're just like floating in no man's land right here. Like why can you climb so high? It's really annoying. Maybe we need to put like some kind of ceiling. Anyway, I don't think there's a way to get through anymore. Good. Okay, next thing though, let's test the next thing. You can't go any further right here, which is good. Unfortunately, I can't interact with this, so let's see what that's all about. What collision is blocking me? We have this one set to ignore raycast, so I don't think that that should be the one, but there could be some other collision in the way. I'm not sure. Here we've got this on default. We've got portal. We've got mesh renders to glow. We've got the lighthouse door. Now if I just press spacebar, it does work. Of course, the door looks absolutely ridiculous. Actually, why isn't the player being scaled down? Is it because I started inside the volume? Yeah, I think that's why it was. Now the player should be getting scaled down. Did they? Yeah. The player now has been scaled down. Now they look more reasonable toward the door, but still actually not quite right. We might want to scale them down even more. But the door is not being interactive. And I just wonder, like if I turn off the bridge, I'm sure I'll fall right into the water, but if only I could just move, then maybe I could test. So let's move the player over here. There. Now I could actually click on the door. So it's not the bridge that was in the way of the door. So there's some other collision in the way of the door, and I need to find out what it is. Mr. Greenwood, thanks very much for the follow. Appreciate it. That wasn't the lighthouse. That was just the Newt's Eye. The interior of the lighthouse is currently pointing to the Newt's Eye because there is no interior to the lighthouse. Aku's Art asks, will the game release on consoles? We intend to port it to consoles, yes. We have not announced which consoles yet, but between you and me and everyone on stream, Switch would be a good candidate, we think. But we don't have the partner contract in place. We have partners. We're already partners with Sony and Xbox. But again, this is all just between you and me and everyone on stream. I love that I could just say this stuff on stream because nobody's gonna. I mean, it's not like the press is gonna write an article about something a random nobody gives a shit about developer said on stream. I really dislike working with PlayStation. It literally makes my life a lot worse. Like I just hate what it does to my happiness levels in my life. So I never ever want to ship a game with them ever again. Their developer backend is just so dehumanizing. It is so painful to work with, and they are so painful to work with, and they are so bad at, you can't contact them. You can't even ask them, hey, is everything set with our game? Is it going to actually launch on the day it says it is? Nobody's listening. I mean, maybe if you like shit really big, maybe if you make like $500 million for them or something, they'll actually decide to respond to your emails. But we have just had such a horrible time with them that I don't ever want to make a game, ship it on PlayStation again. So probably Xbox and Switch. The press. They're cocky. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're a really big company, but they seem to put no organizational focus at all on maintaining their developer relationships, like their smaller caliber developer relationships. Like their back end is so hands-on. Like you need someone to help you with everything. You need someone to assign you like a product code, and you need someone to handle, to like do cert for you, and you need people for every single step of the way. You need someone actually from Sony to do it. So nothing is automated, yet they're the worst at actually responding to you. So you need to talk to them to actually make your game ship, but they don't respond to you and they don't help you. Compare that to Steam, which is the opposite in both cases. Everything is automated. You can do everything yourself. There's extremely detailed tutorials for every single thing that you can possibly do on the platform. Even really complicated stuff like making beta branches and making private betas and making bundles and developer store page and making demos with a store page and demos without a store page, and all this stuff you can do. You can do everything yourself. You can update your store page. You can make new apps. You can make new DLCs and tie it to your apps. You can do everything yourself. And then if you do want to talk to them and ask them about something, they're right on it. Within a day, they get back to you and they actually answer you. So it's so crazy how many levels better Valve is with their actually developer relationships. I mean, Steam makes so much more money than PlayStation. And I don't know if that's the reason, but it seems like a good start, right? They really empower developers to self-serve, run their own business, participate in sales, participate in events, run discounts, run special discounts. And then they have all the sales events that they do a great job of marketing and putting in front of players and everything. And then they have the whole algorithm that is the algorithm carousel that is constantly pushing sort of mid-tier games. Sony just doesn't have any of that. It looks weird that the player interacts with the door on the right side, but interior puts player on the left side. No, so that was not the interior for the lighthouse. That was the interior for a whole different building. And I just have it there as a sort of placeholder because we don't have an interior yet for the lighthouse. Gary Dean says, I do think the PS5 in comparison to any Xbox. Oh, I do like the PS5. Not the greatest business practices. Yeah, they're definitely hard to deal with as a small developer. Maybe as a big developer, they're different. I don't know. But as a small developer, they just don't give a shit about you at all, which is weird. I mean, I'm not asking for charity. Like, I'm not asking for like, oh, help the little guy. No, no, no. We have made Sony hundreds of thousands of dollars. Our game has made Sony hundreds of thousands of dollars because our game has sold that much on their platform and they've taken that much money from us from the platform cut. In my opinion, for hundreds of thousands of dollars, we should be getting better account management. Somebody should, like, it is economically reasonable if we're going to make your company $200,000. It is economically reasonable that somebody should spend like, oh, I don't know, 10 person hours total over the course of 5 years on us. That's a completely economically reasonable thing to ask. But I would estimate that Sony as an organization has spent less than 5 minutes on us total. Like in terms of actual boots on the ground, someone talking to us, someone telling us what to do, someone assigning our product code, someone helping us with FQA or whatever it is. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but definitely less than 30 minutes, which is really enraging. Like I said, I never want to work with them ever again. So, okay. So I'm going to check the, I'm going to open up the physics debugger and show all. And let's see what's actually in the way. So it could be this right here. We've got this NPC scaler. That has a trigger volume on it, and it is on ignore raycast. So I wouldn't think that that's it. Although I do think the trigger, I do think the NPC scaler, put it all the way by the door here and increase the radius a little bit to like 60 or even 70. And then I'm going to make the scale factor even smaller, 0.7. Okay. And it's on ignore raycast, so I don't think that that's it. At least that shouldn't be the thing blocking us from being able to interact with the door. So let me open up the physics debugger again. Just looking at the door. Seem like there's anything in the way here, unless the door itself is not on the right layer. It's on default, so it shouldn't be hard to interact with. Very curious. Excited for the new Halo that they're bringing it on Sony. Maybe they just need some bad PR. Oh, like before they actually decide to help the developer relationships. I think they're just missing out on money. Like, I know a lot of people complain about companies in like a almost a philanthropic sense. They're annoyed with the company's practices, but the company's practices are literally making them money. They're evil, but they're making them money, and people are complaining about the company being evil. I'm not even complaining about the company being evil. I'm complaining, like the things I'm complaining about, I feel like if they fix, they would literally make more money. Like Sony would make more money if we made more money on their Sony platform. The reason we don't make more money is because their sale events are so hard to participate in, and we don't want to ship our games on Sony anymore because we hate dealing with them. Glimmerwick might make a lot of money. You know, Glimmerwick easily right now, the wish list stats for Glimmerwick are looking like it's probably going to make over $5 million lifetime. $1 million of those dollars could happen on Sony if you know, they would give a shit about us. Anyhow, I'll get off my soapbox now about Sony. $200,000 is small in Sony's eyes. I know, of course it is, but economically, it makes sense if a business, a partnering business, is going to make you $200,000. It makes sense economically to give you 10 hours of their time. Just because it's small to them doesn't mean that, oh, well, they can't afford to focus on you. No, they can definitely freaking afford to focus on us. And if they did, then they might make, instead of $200,000, they might make $400,000. It's that big of a swing. It could easily be double the amounts. I mean, right there, like we're not going to ship on Sony anymore for Glimmerwick. They're going to lose at least hundreds of thousands of dollars, potentially millions of dollars, all because they didn't have a good back end for developers and they don't put any resources into account management for them. I think it's very stupid. And just to show how stupid it is, Valve is doing a 1,000 times better job at it, and they're making way more money. Like, how much more money? Like 5 times as much money or something? Like way, way more money Valve makes from their store than Sony. So in my opinion, Sony is doing a shitty job. I don't care if we're small potatoes to them. They're doing it wrong. They're messing up. They're not optimizing their capitalism well. That's what I say. Okay, Jay Besor. Sorry, dumb question. New to the game design, are those white lines for cameras? Yes, those are the bounds of the camera. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, because I cannot for the life of me figure out why this door is not being interactive. Oh, here, check this out. There's a box in the sky. That's got to be it, right? That just has to be it. Is it the seagulls? The seagulls are why it's not interactive? Nope, they're on Ignore Raycast too. So I have no idea. But I do need a little place to stand because my player controller is falling into the water. So what I need to do is I need to make a little box for myself. So that I can stand on something. And I'll put the box right here because I need to figure out why I can't interact with the door. Okay, now I've placed my player character on the box and I'll go ahead and run the game and I'll try interacting with the door. We'll see what happens. Sony is bad at capital maxing. Yes, agreed. They're just too dinosaur-y. They just don't care. Like Valve doesn't care about me either. Like Valve has made over $1 million off of Eastshade. They barely care about me, yet I still have everything I need from them. They still, actually give me support when I need it. They still have all the self-serve tools that I need. They have a beautiful batch uploader. They have a beautiful binary differ so that I can update the game 10 times in the middle of the night if I want to. They have all these things for me. Debasor says, it's crazy to think how much Valve makes on CSGO skins alone. I can't imagine having billions of dollars worth of market caps on skins alone. Is it really that much? That's crazy. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm just gonna start turning stuff off until I can interact with the door. So actually one of the first things I can try is I can try duplicating the door and then moving it way into the foreground and then seeing if I can actually interact with the door. So got a duplicate version of the door. Should be in camera now. I don't know why I can't see it. Get down a little bit. There it is. Okay, so I still can't interact with that door. So that tells me it might not even be something in the scene. It might actually be the door itself, for whatever reason, is not being interactive. I'm trying to select the red. So I moved it really close to the camera now. There. So now it's interactive. And there's something below this point right here. So as you see, you guys see how the door's lighting up? And then as soon as I move my mouse down to about right here, it becomes non-interactive. That tells me there's something in the way. About right here. So what I can do now is I can check the analysis. I can check the physics debugger. Look at that. Something is in the way. What is it? It's the sphere. It looks like the thing that I thought that it couldn't be, which is the NPC scalar sphere. Let me turn that off. No, it's not. There's a different sphere. There's some kind of other sphere. NPC scalar. Not that sphere. But that's, it completely lines up with it, so I don't really know. Hang on. Oh no, this one's much bigger, so it's got to be some other thing. What is it? I don't know. Something with a sphere. I know that. Bookfire, city upper terraces, not any of this stuff. Definitely a sphere. So I'll turn off maybe the entire lighthouse. So the lighthouse is not it. I'll just select all this stuff. Okay, so it's nothing there. My Unity is so laggy, it's really hard to even work. Close everything. So I'll select all of exterior world. Okay, so it's something in exterior world. I'll select these top things. Okay, so it's nothing in any of those, so I'll just collapse all those. Farm entrance, Merry Wild Path. Okay, nothing in any of those, so I'll collapse that. Okay, what about all you guys? Nothing here. Canyon, starting beach, nothing here. Martha area, nothing in Martha area. Lower farm river dressing, nothing in there. Ocean snaps, I don't even know what that is. Musical wind, nothing in there. Murm beach, fishables, nothing in there. Ochre forest, nothing in Ochre forest. Big volumetric, nothing in there. Mill, nothing in there. Okay, let's just multi-select all that. So there, something in here. So what is it? I'm just gonna arrow through. Mill area, lake area, sea turtle critter. Okay, so it's something in terrain city upper terrace. Skew on bridge, is that it? Walk direction skew. Lighthouse bridge, sleep zone. Oh, steep zone, it's the steep zone. Okay, it's the steep zone, that's all. That's what it is. So if I turn the steep zone to a ignore raycast, pretty sure I'll be able to interact with that door. Yes, partially, but there's also something in the way. I think it's just this door right here. Now it's called a steep zone. I think I found it. All right, so steep zone, here we go. Turn that to ignore raycast, and then I'll delete this little thing that I made so that I can stand on it. And I'll put my NPC well outside of the NPC scalar. Turn off the physics debug. Perfect, it works. I feel like the walk direction skew is a little bit incorrect. I also kind of feel like I want to be able to get closer to the door. So I think I'm going to try to make that happen, because it is a little weird how I get stopped so far away from the door. See how close to the door I can get. Hey Shady Lulin, welcome back. Hello, Lucas Bird asks, was it hard to set up a 3D world with 2D assets and an isometric camera? Any tips for making a game with that visual style? Congratulations on your amazing work. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you to say. Wish you lots of success. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. So this game we've been working on it for 6 years. I would say the art style, the art pipeline for the game is complicated and technical. And difficult, I would say that it's, yeah, I mean, I think it has been difficult, but it has been very fruitful and really fun. Let me link to, I already linked to this video today, but it's so pertinent to this question. Everybody asks about it. On my YouTube channel, I have a video about exactly what you asked, how we set up everything, how we basically make this weird 2D, 3D world. But that video goes over a lot of our techniques. So we use a lot of these, obviously, billboarded illustrations, but then as you can see, we also use a lot of actual 3D terrain. And we even use some 3D assets like this fence right here. Stuff like that is really helpful because you can see this fence, you know, is at all sort of different arbitrary angles, and that would just be really annoying to do. You know, you'd have to draw like 20 different fences 2D, but then we have a lot of like foliage and stuff, and that's all 2D. We have a lot of decals sitting on the floor, like these cobblestones are all 2D. We have stuff like these clovers, but even the clovers, like there's so much trickery going on. Like these clovers right here, these are 2D clovers, I guess you could say, but look at how they have the little drop shadow underneath them. So they actually look like they're elevated off the ground because they actually have a drop shadow, and that drop shadow is not drawn into the clovers because then we wouldn't be able to rotate them, because they're actual, like it's an actual decal with a fake shadow under it. It's not a real shadow. It's not a cast shadow. There's no cast shadow would be, you know, precise and high enough resolution to actually give us that tiny, beautiful little detail drop shadow under there. So it's literally just an alpha cutout. An alpha cutout, see? It's like the same exact texture underneath it with a different material. And we do tricks like that all the time. We have so many. The bag of tricks is deep. Like, check out these rocks. These rocks kind of have something similar, but you see how there's like water line on the rocks? It looks like they're like intersecting with the water. They're actually just floating above the water. And then they have this like oscillate shader underneath. So they have literally the same texture with an oscillate shader underneath. And that makes the rocks look like they're sitting in the water, even though they're completely floating above the water. So we just have tons of tricks like that. But I would definitely not want to be making a pure 2D game. I think we'd lose out on so much cool stuff. We also just have like, we use cast shadows. That's a really basic one. But all of our stuff uses cast shadows. So the sun, I grab the sun in the world. If I rotate the sun, oh, that's the wrong sun. Sun track? Where's the actual sun? Here's the sun. If I rotate the sun, you can see, you know, the shadows rotate. So we do have actual real-time shadows, which is really hard to do if you're doing full 2D. So I really like the mix, and we do a lot of crazy stuff. We also have like actual 3D assets, like this water mill is animated. So I literally just watered a water mill. And we also have a lot of proxified meshes. Like all these buildings have these low poly proxy meshes on them. I won't get into why we do that because I guess it's a little complicated. But that video goes over like a lot of these techniques. If you want to check it out. I'm going to push this mesh a little bit, see if I can get the player to walk closer to the door. Hey, rock on, Lucas Bird. Thank you for looking forward to Songs of Glimmerwick. Appreciate that. We have not announced a release date yet. We're hoping to at least announce a release window soon-ish. I need to update this mesh, unfortunately. Yeah, it's been a long time. Okay, let me see what's going on with the mesh. Okay, so the player's going to clip into this, so I can't really push the mesh that much. I'm going to prevent this terrain from exporting just because it's making the... we're not making any changes to it anymore, so I don't want it to be exporting. I need to bring this forward a little, and if we bring it up, that will make it so that the player looks like they're closer to the door, even if they're technically not. I need to bring it a little bit more that way, and we'll go a little bit up, a little bit more that way, a little bit more up. I think we can get them even closer because we have the player can go over insane inclines right now when they're on this bridge because we have that setting sort of overridden. So hopefully that will get them pretty close to the door. Let's give it a shot. I'm glad the lore looks deep. Yeah, it's gonna be, it already is a very epic game. Look at that, we can walk right up to the door now. She really looks like she's walking up that slope. I think we should scale look at that door is like a door for munchkins. So we might scale the player down even more. They might get even tinier on this bridge. This bridge is so dangerous. I mean, it has no railings. That's a little bit ridiculous, right? Maybe the bridge should have some railings here. I also think it might be good to scale down the boards at the end of the bridge to give like even more of the impression that it's just this massive long bridge. Let's go 0.6. I'm going to try scaling down the boards on this bridge. So let's grab this and mark it for export. It's a Lighthouse Bridge 1. I'll go ahead and save exterior world. And I'll see if there's going to be an easy way to scale down the boards. I don't think so. We're using the array modifier, but maybe. So we have an offset. Do we have an ability to scale? The fixed count, the deform. You would think we'd be able to scale the array, each array iteration down. We might just be able to add another simple deform to it. Or a lattice. A lattice is more annoying in Blender though. The lattices don't work very well. Let's add a simple deform. Okay, so we've got a twist. How about a taper? We're tapering, but we're tapering in a Lovecraftian dimension. Wow, that is some really special stuff there. So here's the deform. What? How? Oh, you're tapering in the wrong axis. I don't want to really change the axis because the axis already works for the other part, so I don't really know. I guess in order to change the axis origin, we could do like a cursor to active, and then we could add maybe like some kind of empty like arrows. And I'll just call this like taper axis, and then I'll use that as the axis. Okay, so it's really just doing horrible things. I'm gonna rotating it like that does nothing. Rotating it like that. How is this a taper? This is not anything like a taper. Yeah, this is terrible. Okay, well, this isn't working. I really just want to scale the bridge down at the end. And I think the only way to do that is to apply. Do I have to actually apply this modifier? Because that's really stupid. Let's see. Lucas Bird says, select all boards, set pivot to individual origin, press S to scale, apply scale. I think there's a lot of ways to do it if I actually apply the modifier for the deform. I think it should be trivial. A lattice was my first guess, but I also just hate the way that lattices work in Blender, but I think I might have to do it. Add a lattice. I think I made a little script. No? Okay. I don't have it anymore. Okay, well, what I'll do is I'll just duplicate the bridge and move it off like 5 meters. Sorry if that was loud. Bumped the cord. And then I will unparent it, and I'll just call this like bridge makings. And now that it's unparented, it won't export. And then I'll just convert this to a mesh. That'll just be the fastest. Now it's going to be absolutely trivial. I'll just grab the board at the end. I'll use proportional fall off. And I'll just use a linear scale, and then we'll just go scale this board at the end and make sure the fall off goes pretty much all the way to the end of the bridge here. Actually, I won't scale it down so much. Just a little bit smaller, I think, will make a big difference. Wombat. The bridge strikes anxiety into even the most courageous of players. I know, it's absurd. It needs some kind of railing. It really does. It's a little bit over the top. Okay, here we go. So there, that makes the bridge look a little bit more believable. And my NPC is very small now, or my player is very small, but also very fast. Invisible wall, lazy dev, let me go over here. I want to explore over here. Invisible wall, invisible wall. Okay, that works well though. This NPC needs to be even smaller, which is insane. Smaller and slower. I'll make them a little smaller and a little slower, and then I'll move on. So here we go, a little bit smaller, and now it's making them faster. Because there's a speed boost. Is it in the shrinker? Speed. I don't think so. Let's see. So there's a spine skeleton controller. Is there anything about changing the speed? I don't see anything in there. I think, man. Something is changing the... Oh no, there is no speed effect. I forgot. We left the speed. So what's happening is that the player is smaller, but their speed is the same. So they just feel a lot faster, even if they're not. I wonder if there is something that we have, like a speed effect. Doesn't look like we have a speed, a way to affect speed at the moment. Which is weird. But now the player will feel even faster because now they're going to be even smaller. Wombat says, imagine my luck. I have the fear of falling off that bridge, and I did. Yeah, exactly. JD Lulin says, I feel like invisible wall to prevent from falling is fine, but invisible wall to prevent from exploring is frustrating. Well, invisible walls are never to prevent exploring. They're only ever there to prevent you from going to nowhere, usually is the thing. But there's never one there just to stop you from getting to cool content that we just torched by blocking you off. But yeah, many people are frustrated by invisible walls. This wall is extremely invisible. Usually invisible walls in eShade Studios games are not actually invisible walls. They're just sort of poorly prescribed walls. But this one is actually invisible. And it's not even explicit, like, oh, we're walling. I mean, if you look at the collision, it's like... this is the collision, so... if I want to let players walk over here, it's just going to be a lot of work for nothing. But I guess I'm going to have to do it because I do think this will piss many people off. But I can't really let the player walk around this thing because this thing is not real. Like, it's literally, it's not a real mesh. It's like, it's a billboard. It's completely flat. So it's all just an illusion. But it's going to be really hard. I think the only thing I can do is put like a little fence right here or something. Because otherwise we're just going to have to do a lot of work on collision. Because this will piss people off for sure. No, there's nothing over there. I don't really like the fence. I feel like this kind of fence should be like a wicker fence. I think that would look really good. But I don't think we have any sort of wicker fence. We'll look into it. JD Luna says, but I want to go nowhere. Yeah, I think a lot of people do. I know. I don't think I've ever gone through a stream without talking about invisible walls because they're like collision walling in general is like one of the most difficult parts of my life. Could be rocks, could be rocks. Could work. Hey, Bajan Elf. Yeah, stone or something. I have this fence. Something like this. I don't know if rocks... I mean, maybe I should just try it, but... Or like a bush or something. Okay, well, let's see what we can do. We're going to have to wall this off. I can't believe how long this is taking. I thought I would have already been on the cave by now. I definitely don't want to do anything that makes it look uglier. But I'm pretty worried about just putting a bush there. Let's try this simple bush. And it doesn't really seem like a rock would be poking out, at least not up the perfect rock to block the player. But maybe, I don't know. Okay, let's try a bush. Let's see what that looks like. Looks pretty bad. I think it's kind of conflicting with Jacqueline's art a little bit. Let's see. Let's get this bush like in front of the door. I could try like, let me just double up that bush, really make it like a wall. Let's see what that looks like. It's pretty ugly because it looks like it's a very wild place, you know? Nobody would be doing this like garden thing. I feel like a gate or like a fence would make a little more sense. Flower pots, that could work. Hi, True Haddock, by the way. Let's see here. Okay. Turmoilian, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Greenwood, I don't know if I thanked you for the follow, but if not, I appreciate it. Omnom says a little dead stick. People are saying rock. I don't know why. I just feel like a rock is never going to sit in there. Because, like, here's a rock. First of all, this rock is going to be the wrong value, so I know that that's not going to work. Here's a rock. So if I were to use this rock, oops, it would need to be completely different value. I just feel like they would never, I don't know, like I feel like this thing is so carefully drawn. It just feels really weird to just jam a rock. If anything, it would have to be a rock that looked exactly like one of these rocks down here. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. Maybe I can just go to the illustration itself. So here's the cliff text. So let's grab maybe something there. Use small stone. Yeah, maybe something like that. So if I'm gonna go small stones, I do have some like really round ones. Could try something like this. We'll grab some of these boulders. This actually is kind of a value match. I'll go even smaller. Maybe with a drop shadow. I'm like 85% certain that Jacqueline's gonna hate these though. Let's see if there's a round boulders dark. There's a round boulders light. Okay, round, no, that's not round boulders. Come on. Round boulders, waterline, round boulders, dark forest. Okay, there's ones with like some grass on them. Maybe that could work. Round boulders, dark forest. And then the only thing is I need to duplicate them. Bring in another texture in. And I just need to make absolutely certain. So I'm going to call it round boulders lighthouse. I need to make their value match absolutely perfectly on the grass. Give us our only shot of these things working. So they're way too dark. And I need to pump a little bit of green in them to make the grass match. There, that seems like almost a perfect value match. But it also kind of made the rock part look wrong. They look really bad, I'm not gonna lie. I think they look terrible. It just, you can tell that like the shape of this thing, it's just, you're just not gonna see rocks right there. I feel like it just looks wrong. They're like boulders. They would just be like falling off into the ocean. They make no sense. Yeah. I'm gonna make a third boulder here. Okay. The value of that boulder is all wrong. I'll just keep going through. None of those look right. I'm gonna go with this one and then just flip it. Almost about ready to give up on this though, because it just doesn't seem to be going very well. I'll put like a drop shadow. That'll be the last thing that I try here. Instead of, let's put like a plane placement thing in here, and then I'll just do like shadow, radial, medium, or maybe shadow dark. Try shadow radial medium. Yeah, because at least they need to sit, right? Like they turn off their shadows because they're just completely floating. They have no, there's nothing sort of making them look like they're sitting on this rock. So that should at least ground them a little bit. Like you can see, it looks like they're sitting a lot more now. It looks pretty bad, really bad. Almost like a bug. It almost looks wrong. I might turn off their cast shadows. Yeah, I think it almost looks like a bug. If the bridge went all the way up to the door, that might be helpful. But I don't know if that's possible. That would maybe solve our problems. Put the player back here. Yep. Big bush, yeah, potentially I could bush it up. Pebbles, marking a path. Okay, some little tiny pebbles. Lolliet, hello, welcome. Yeah. So smaller. Definitely smaller. And then you guys are thinking like a cobblestone, huh? Like some kind of path. Make these a lot smaller. Let me grab a cobblestone. Honestly, this is something that could be probably done in the actual cliff texture. Something like that. Oops. Interesting. The cobblestone path kind of sits better than I thought it would. Definitely better than I thought it had a chance of sitting. I'll duplicate the entire thing over. We would need a variant, but just as a proof of concept, if it's going to work, it's going to work, you know, whether we have symmetrical stones or not. Not going to, the symmetry of it is not going to break the look here, so. All right, I'll give it a test. Ooh, those two go a little wider. I don't think it works. It seems like something there could work though. Those stones need to be darker. But I'm surprised at how well the cobblestones work. That is surprising to me. Yeah, I think the boulders are popping out. They're like way too high contrast. They have way too much detail. Let's delete the boulders. The boulders aren't working. But the whole concept of like a cobblestone path at the end there seems to be working, which is surprising. The cobblestones themselves, which is decal 1. Cobble bits 2. Decal 1, cobble bits 2. Nobody has another version of that. So let me make my own version of that. Decal 1, cobble bits 2. Lighthouse. Decal 1, cobble bits 2, lighthouse. Definitely easily make it much darker. Just make it match the value of the stone. Put a little bit of blue in there as well, so it matches the neighboring stone. That looks better, although it's a little bit harder to see, to be honest. And really, I'm sure that Jacqueline would probably want to just draw it into the texture. Like, should be fairly easy to draw into the texture. But I'll put the player over there. Yeah, right now their value is like, we either want to go darker or lighter. It seems like lighter is popping a little bit better. It's maybe sitting a little bit better, because if we go the same value as the grass, you can kind of hardly see it. I think that the way to do it is going to be with some sort of railing. I really feel like I should probably just be working on the cave. It seems like there's enough space here to draw pretty much all the railing. Let me check out this texture. It's called Lighthouse. Lighthouse Tower Text. Now, it should be Jacqueline who draws it, but I can just test out if it's going to work or not. So I'll just put railing. And I'll just sort of like block in the shape here. Don't want it too tall. And I want it to sort of like almost bend out here. Okay. Something like that. I'll just leave. I'm not going to touch her drawing here. Of course, we would want to get rid of that little bit of vegetation down there. And I'm just going to sort of try to sample some of the values, just make the top of the railing here. Maybe make the ends of the railing, give it some thickness. And then we could maybe take some of these slatted look here. and just, oops, yeah, make some slats in the railing. And I was thinking we could like cut a couple holes like this sort of thing. I'll just fill that in with like white. And then maybe make a couple slats. Oops. Something like that. And then I'll just crunch all those down. And I'll just select it and I'll just delete. Now we're going to need some kind of, there needs to be some kind of thickness there. So got to give the illusion of some thickness here on the sides. It's really hard to even tell. All the values are so close, but there, that sort of looks like got some thickness there. Okay, now if it's gonna work, it's gonna work. So I don't need to spend a bunch of time drawing it. I feel like this is already prototyped well enough to the point where if it's gonna work, then it's gonna look good right now. The only thing is just the way this terminates is a little bit sloppy. Let's sort that out. Just make it have a little bit less computery silhouette edge there. Okay, fine. I'll go ahead and save that. And if it's gonna look right, it's gonna look right. I think it looks right. I do. I think it looks pretty cool, actually. If I wanted to embellish it a little bit more, I would just maybe make a piece of wood going up like this. Then put like some kind of thing here. An end piece. And we could even, I'm like pretty darn sure that it will work. I'll just make a layer mask on this just so that Jacqueline can always come back if she wants to. Like, it doesn't like improve the read of the lighthouse by any means, but it doesn't matter. All I wanted was for it not to hurt the read. As long as it sort of kept the read intact, that was going to be a win in my eyes. And it does look like it's keeping it intact. I'll put one layer under the railing and I'll get a really dark value of green, and I'm just going to draw underneath it. And what I'm hoping that's going to do is I'm hoping that's going to make it look like a darker part of the grass. Because right now it just looks like not sitting well on the grass. It looks like that's actually even a little too dark. Let me lighten it up just a touch. Lighten it up a little bit and desaturate it just a touch. I just don't want it to be such a harsh line between the grass and the... That's pretty good, but it should be bigger. Like, should go out like to here maybe. Yeah, that's good. I'll just get rid of this. I wish I could make it partially like, you know, not fully opaque, but I'm not able to do that with the shader. Actually, it looks like it should just be a touch lighter still. So a few values lighter. The problem is I don't think we have enough room to do it on the other side. which is somewhat annoying. Let me catch up with chat. Shady Lulin says, I feel like we don't need the bigger rocks if you just leave the cobblestone. I think people will still say invisible wall. I think they'll just want to walk, you know, they'll want to walk off onto that bluff. What about a small cart next to the lighthouse? I think people will want to use the cart. Since we sort of taught them that you can use other carts. True Haddock says, what if the barrier were to embrace the sides of the lighthouse instead of starting from the door? Yeah, could do that. But then we're leaving them to sort of walk off a little bit. I think both could work. But I think this one looks pretty good. Quite pleased with it. Let me see how much of the other railing that we can actually get. Hey, it's actually not that far off. Not that far off. Let's skew it like this. It's going to be something like that. Now we lost a lot of the thickness, but if I just Control J it and then move it over and Control J it and move it over, and we sort of get it back. Yeah, that could work. It could definitely work. I think probably the easiest thing to do would be to create a custom mesh for the railing and to duplicate it over onto that side. So that shouldn't be too hard. We already have a lighthouse file, so go over to the lighthouse, and then we're already using the lighthouse texture, so actually going to be very easy. -2, already have the camera set up and everything. You know what? I'll just grab this door. Who cares? And I'll just make it into a simple quad. Just because it already has like all the right material and everything assigned. I don't really care about what's going on with I don't care if it's like perfectly square or not, what I'm trying to say. And I'm just going to start projecting. So the first thing I want to do is just get the basic fence on there somewhat with the correct angle. And then I can do all kinds of weird things to it. Can be pretty rough. There, I think that's good. That's pretty close. I think that's close enough anyway. And now, whoa. Okay, the problem is I don't want it floating in the air. I want it to be totally flat. That's pretty important. I want it to be flat on the ground like this. So let me try it again now with that in mind. So definitely going to want to move this. What are you moving on? Okay, let's flatten this down to 0. Flatten this down to 0. Okay. I want to just move it along the ground here. And it would probably be helpful if this was more or less straight up and down. Okay, so that was almost perfect actually. This should be smaller. Let's reduce the orthographic scale. Even smaller, I think. And we can sort of have it a little closer. Project. Wow. Make the orthographic scale go down to like 2. Oh, why is it going? Is it backwards? Is it like in backwards land? Yeah, it is. Okay, so what we really wanted was it to be the other way. Here we go. Okay, project from camera. There we go. That's perfect. All right, now we're cooking. Okay, so more or less frame it up. This is kind of going to be a problem, actually. Do we really want to? I don't know. Let's see. Let's just see where we're going to get with this. Okay, I need to 3Dify this just a little bit. So just looking from the camera, I want to mess with this in a way that doesn't really affect it too much. We also are going to want some kind of 3D effect here on the top. Boy. Okay. Extrude right here. Let's extrude this back like that. Okay. Now we've got something to work with. I'm going to clean it up a little. Get rid of all that. And I'll just go ahead and maybe get rid of some of this as well. I'll just cut pretty close so we don't have that green grass there, or that green bush. Get rid of all that there. Now we've got basically a 3D mesh. Oh, you know what? I'll go ahead and delete. We don't want this either. Just delete that. Okay. So we'll call this lighthouse fence 1. And then I'll just parent this and we'll see what we can get away with here. I don't know if this is actually going to work, but we'll see. Because we really do have to rotate it out quite a bit. Okay, hello, Yurt says, I would ask myself if I lived there, would I put a fence there? I don't get the luxury of asking myself that because we're beyond art at this point. We're wondering what's going to piss players off. I like that question. I wish we could work like that. But if we work like that, we're going to get 1,000 players yelling and screaming at us about invisible walls. If I want to get around to that side of my garden, I'd have to go all the way around. Right, but we can't see. We've got problems. We have more considerations than that. This thing is not real. This cliff is just a flat thing. So if I don't put a fence there to think about like what you're saying, well, if I lived there, I'd want to get to that side of my garden. Fine, but players can't get to that side of the garden unless they do like another 5 hours of work on it right now, which in my opinion would be a bad use of development resources. So we have to stop players from going that way, which means we either need to make a real wall or an invisible wall, and players literally bust their blood vessels over invisible walls. So we have to just make a real wall, which sucks and it's ugly, or at least it's not as believable. But, you know, we prioritize the environment, like just sort of believability of the environments. We prioritize that like way more than probably 99.9% of all studios on Earth. So we already prioritize that really highly. But now we sometimes have to make some concessions. That's what I'm feeling right now anyway. Otherwise, we're actually trying to let players walk around this thing. But look, it's not real. So how do we let players walk around it? It would be really hard. It would be really hard. And there would be lots of problems with it. So I'd end up having to just like project it and model it out. And I don't know, maybe that is the right path. Maybe we should have done that instead. Okay. Lighthouse. Fence. Okay, so I'm going to stick the lighthouse fence in here. Where did it go? Move it over. Yeah, unfortunately, we're past the how, you know, what would be right from an art perspective, and we're into the how are we going to make this play right? Okay, so first we just need to get the scale. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to see how much we manage to rotate this out. Okay. Kind of works. Kind of works. Surprising. Could even like angle it down a little bit more. I don't think we want it to cast shadows. It's just doing really weird things with the shadows, so I'll turn that off. It needs to be thicker, that's for sure. Let's just get the thickness. I know, I'm actually always pushing like what do I want from an believable environment standpoint, from an artistic standpoint, what is going to be best. That's like, I prioritize it so highly that we get a lot of people complaining about other stuff like invisible walls and colliders and stuff. So sometimes I have to like sort of douse my own instinct a little bit. It's a little strange right there. Yeah, we definitely got some nasty fringing, but actually, you know what might look better than all that stuff I just did? Is just taking one face. Just taking one face like this. And then we can actually just like make it like a solid color. So get rid of all that, and I'll even get rid of the end here so we don't get that pixel fringing. And then we'll just use the actual mesh like this. Stick it right underneath what will be there. And now we can give it some real thickness, and we don't have to worry about the weird fringing that was going on that we just saw. Here we go. Hooray! Okay, so it looks quite thick. Actually, what we really should do as well is create like a backing for this, like, because you really should not see through it at all, because the thickness of the wood would make it so you could never see through those slats. So I'm just gonna stick a face back here, and then map that face to the value of the wood right here on the border. So, and now it'll just look like the fence will look very substantial. There we go. Now it actually looks like the correct thickness. All right, well, that's something. Now we can actually go back to our terrain file and mess with the collision to make it so you can't go out this far to the side. So let's grab that edge and just make sure you can't go, oops, we got the proportional fall off. Let's turn that off. Ooh, it's hard to see what's going on in here. Let's keep it really small. Like, I think that'll be fine. Oops. Really small in there. I definitely want the top to be small as well. We don't want players climbing up the sides. The weird physics going on in this area of the world. Okay, let me catch up with chats. JD Lulin says, but then doesn't it feel weird to have a narrow railing on the island and not on the bridge? Definitely. I think the bridge needs a railing. I think it's kind of crazy that it doesn't have one. Gotcha. Yeah. Firkin said, oh, hi, Firkin. Do you have any advice for someone planning to start game dev YouTube? Dude, I have no idea what I'm doing on YouTube. I got a video with 2 million views and I have other videos with like 5,000 views. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing on YouTube. I wish I knew the secret. So you figure it out. You can tell me. I don't know what people want to watch on there. I really don't want to be a game dev guru. I don't want to just talk to game devs. I would love to talk to our fans and people who like our games. I think I've kind of accomplished that. I think that there's a lot of people who aren't game devs, or at least they're just only very tangentially like interested in game dev. They're interested in it more like how I might watch the Lord of the Rings behind the scenes. I'm not a filmmaker, but I'm a creative person, and I just enjoy that. I enjoy watching sort of the process behind the creation. So that's the audience I'm trying to reach. And I'm trying to stay away from Game Dev Guru. I have a couple like complete Game Dev Guru videos, mostly about marketing because I have really strong feelings about it. And I just felt like someone had to say something. And that video actually did really well, but our devlogs do okay. So I don't know. Wombat says invisible walls fear. Wombat, any collision walls fear you. They don't even have to be invisible. JD Lulin says never realized people were actually pissed off by invisible walls. I wish people weren't. I'm not, but many people are. They're very pissed off. They actually have a moralized anger for it. It's not just that it bothers them. They actually have like moralized disdain for invisible walls. That like anyone who makes them is ethically blameworthy and should burn in hell. At least that's what I've gathered. Yurt says, that looks really nice. Almost. I have never seen that word. I need to look up that word. What is it? ECC. LES. Relating to the Christian church or its clergy. Ecclesiastical. Am I saying it right? Very interesting. Yeah, I can see that. I think Jacqueline actually was looking at an old wooden church when she drew it, so I can see the style match there. MHZ. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that very much. Nauseum, hello and welcome back. Drew Haddock says, what could look a little less thick could be a rope plus wood stick railing. Might take less visual space, but could do what you want, block the player, and could come from the bridge as well. Yeah, that could be. I worry that the rope would look a little bit shanty almost, like a little bit like it should be in like a safari trail or something, not like a really old, like hundreds-year-old wooden lighthouse thing. That would be my only worry. But we do need some kind of railing for the bridge, I think. The bridge itself actually looks probably a bit more shanty than we'd want. This is the kind of thing that I imagine they probably repair a lot, but we need some kind of railing. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I don't really want a rope railing But that's really the only thing that makes sense for this kind of bridge. But let me see how our little fences do. I'm pretty sure. I think Jacqueline's not gonna like fences. Yurt says, almost the second syllable is pronounced cleese. Just means it draws inspiration from churches. Wow. I've never heard that word in my life. I like it. Thank you for teaching me that. Wait, let me have a crack at pronouncing it. Ecclesiastical. Ecclesiastical. That's easier to say. I like it. Very cool. The beacons are lit. Appreciate the Lord of the Rings reference. Okay, so we are pretty well contained here. Perfectly contained, actually. This is strange. This I feel like is a bad. You don't want to be here, I feel like. But it's just in general very strange how fast. I mean, look at her. She's a complete spaz. But she's actually walking the normal speed. It's just she's scaled down. She's like an ant because there's so much twisted perspective going on with this bridge. But I do actually think that the railing looks better than not. Like, I like the little bit of detail it adds. It does seem to ground the area a little bit. I think it needs some shadow support. Like, I think we need to draw... In fact, I'm pretty sure I have the texture checked out, right? Let's check. Oh, no, I don't. But I'm pleased with that. Let's add a little bit more shadow support on the cliff. I think that'll help a little bit. And we could put a little shadow underneath, and then maybe we'll have a crack at the ropes, at the railing. JD Lulin says, if that can bring any reassurance about the invisible wall haters, it is known that displeased people are often a louder minority than people who don't mind it. Yeah, no, I'm well aware of this. I think I'm just very sensitive. So I'm really not equipped to be making things on the internet, but I'm really good at making things. So I don't know, kind of you do. But I have read a lot of feedback. I mean, if like 2 or 3 people say it, I basically ignore it. If it takes, if 10 to 20 people say it, then I'm starting to think, is this a thing? And if I've seen like 30 to 50 people say it, then I'm thinking, okay, regardless of how mean people are when they say it, this is a thing and it's worth consideration. That's kind of how I see it. It's completely a numbers game. I don't know how many people I've seen complain about invisible walls. I think probably over 30. So it's something. Not the biggest thing, but it's definitely something. So something I think about more than I used to, for sure. Okay, so cliff, bluff. What do we call it? What is it? It's called Lighthouse Cliff. Okay, let's get the Lighthouse Cliff and check it out. But I appreciate the consolation, Shady Lolan. All right, so here we go. We have a lot of dead space up here. How big is this texture? What the heck? What is going on here? It's a 2248. That's disgusting. What are you doing? Huh. Cray cray. Excuse me. This is a 2048. How dare you? Non-power of 2. Get that non-power of 2 garbage out of here. All right. So I think we can delete or just at least move over these so they're not in the way. And then I'm just going to sort of have a crack at guessing where the walls are, and then I'll just save it, and we'll place our player in a more sane spot so we can actually see what we're doing, and then we'll see how close we are. Okay, so that's not too far off. Looks like this is a, here, let me make a new line. This, I think, is where the one on this side is, right? Okay, yeah, that's about it. It goes actually a little deeper than the doors right here. And as far as the other one is more like this. Pretty close. It looks like it doesn't go this far out. Let me try again. It goes more like that. Okay, cool. So now, guide, I'll call this the guide, and then I can just sort of paint under it. Turn this off. And I'll just paint, I don't know, sort of, I'm thinking like some scribblies. Out here. And then I'll do like lower opacity. Lower opacity scribblies, lower opacity scribblies. Just something to sort of darken it and really make it feel like it's supposed to be there, I guess. Let's try to make that a little bit more faded. So like that. And now turn off the guides. And actually, I'll double this entire thing up. And I'll just turn down the opacity of it significantly. It looks like right here we can really fade that out a little bit. There. Now I'll try saving it. That really makes it look like it's supposed to be there a lot more. We can even paint the cobbles in now if we wanted to. And like choose, we can literally paint, or we can sample the color here and we can say cobbles. We can make some kind of cobbles. Actually, it's 100%. Something like that. And now Jacqueline has full control. If she doesn't like how this looks, you know, she can change it. Oops. I'll make these cobbles a little bit more rock-like, a little bit wider. Also, I think that the cobbles can use almost like sort of a depressed look in the grass, like they're depressing the grass around them because, you know, the stones are sunk into the grass. And then if we're really making cobbles, you would think you would find grass that was actually sticking up above cobbles, like this sort of thing. This is so ugly compared to what Jacqueline would do. Kind of insane. But let's see if it reads all right. If it actually reads like the cobbles are in the grass instead of floating on top of the grass. I think it does. I think it actually does read significantly better as bad as I've drawn it. The nice part about drawing something super close up that is actually supposed to be seen really far away is that you can get away with such garbage. Like up close is like horrible, but then the more you zoom out, the more sort of like rendered it looks, the more elegant it looks. I think that the entire cobble situation could be moved over a few pixels. Let me catch up with chat. Atrikia, hello. Talking about public negativity. Yeah, I was just talking about being on the internet and having to read feedback. Wombat says, but they were all of them deceived for another invisible wall was forged in secret. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think that's pretty cool. Well, at least it's better. I hope Jacqueline likes it. Maybe she'll hate it. That's okay. We'll go back to the drawing board then. Rikia says, I'm kind of worried to make my first video. Are you making like a YouTube video or something? Fortunately, and this is kind of the nice part, most things you put on the internet, you only get negativity if they succeed in a sense, right? Because the default state of things is nobody even notices them. So you're only going to see a lot of negativity if your thing reaches a lot of people. The only reason why I've read thousands of negative comments on Eastshade is because, you know, almost 500,000 people have purchased the game, so. Can't see another way to advertise my own game besides some YouTube videos. Gotcha. Okay, so that works really well. I'm really happy with that. Keeps the player contained. And honestly, it looks pretty good. I'm kind of happy with how it looks. It does mean I'm probably going to have to re-record a trailer shot. That's pretty cool. I don't know if you read Chris Sikowski or watch any Chris Sikowski videos at Trikia, but I would say that YouTube content marketing is one of the, I would rate it one of the lowest in terms of publicity for your game. Yeah, I mean, Chris Sikowski is very adamant. This is a guy, this is a games marketer who's done just years and years of research on what makes games sell on Steam and how to make games sell on Steam. And he's very adamant that no game dev should be spending time on YouTube. Now, I personally spend a bit of time on YouTube, and YouTube has succeeded for us, but we're in sort of a special situation, I think. And yeah, I mean, and everyone's different, and obviously anything can work. You can make anything work, and anything is going to work for some people and not for others and all that. But in general, I don't think content marketing on YouTube is an easy route to publicizing your game. The easiest route by far, I'm sure some people might be wondering, is going to be getting into showcases and festivals. That's the easiest route. So, you know, getting into you know, Day of the Devs, PC Gamer showcases, or III, or the Mix, or there's a bunch of them. There's like probably hundreds of them. And getting into those festivals is the easiest way to get wish lists on your game. Okay, I'm backdated on the chat here. He says, in my last game, a fan game, I got some really strange and rude comments since I got a chunky amount of downloads. All right. You got enough downloads for people to be mean to you. That's it's always a good sign. Lucas Bird says Songs of Glimmerwick has such unique and magical atmosphere. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And water and waves look beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. What do you most hope players will feel when they dive into this world? I hope that they will want to live here. I hope that they'll want to live here, and I hope that they'll be excited, you know, after they close down the game. I hope that they'll wake up the next morning and really want to come back. Like, not because they're like stuck in the gameplay loop. Obviously, that would be good too, but just because they want to be here. Like, they want to, you know, they want to explore more and feel the vibes, and they just feel good when they're here. That's what I hope. Atriki says, I've watched every single one of the GDC videos. Okay, of Chris Sikowski's. That's awesome. Awesome. JD Lulin says, negative comments on E-Shade. In French, we say, oh, I'm not going to try to read that, which means to please everyone is to please anyone, including tasteless people. I think you probably mean to please everyone is to please no one. Is that maybe how it's supposed to be said? But I think I know what you mean. But yeah, that's fantastic. I know, ain't that the truth? Okay. So I think we finished the lighthouse. So that's it. I've got to get onto the cave. Let's call this lighthouse. We've definitely finished this and more. Ooh, boy, howdy. Let's do a check-in. Let's do a check-in. We've done a lot of work. Let's call this like lighthouse collision. Lighthouse collision and art surgery. It's different than just normal art. It's art surgery. Okay, I'm going to be right back, guys, while this is checking in. Right, sorry everybody. Chat, I know it's been a while. I'm sure I'm scaring a lot of people. Whenever I come back, people are like, where the hell did you come from? Okay. Please, everyone's pleased, just to please no one. Yeah, I've heard that. General idea is that when you make something or share an opinion, if it has soul and you commit to it, then some people are going to disagree, dislike. That's true too. If you sort of make it to your own taste and make it true enough to yourself, then some people are not going to like it. It's true. Don't mind constructive feedback, but negative ones rarely are. I don't know if that's true. I feel like in terms of data points, even negative feedback, even if they're being mean, it can still be used as a data point. Like, you know, we received a lot of feedback about optimization, about performance in general for Eastshade, and you know, some people would say it in their own way. They would say like, this game is completely unoptimized. I can't believe the devs were so lazy and stupid. Why didn't they completely forgot to optimize. It's obviously horrible to read and extremely aggravating, but it's still a data point. It's still like, okay, there's one more person that thought that the game didn't perform up to expectations. I guess that's the way that's useful. Arvix, hello. Nothing better than watching a game dev stream while working on RPG Maker. I love it. I love it. Let's vibe. Let's create. Okay, let's go back to that cave we were working on yesterday. The Forbidden Cave of Sorrow. So we finally found something that worked yesterday. Dark Forest Cave. We're finally sort of got onto something that was starting to work. Got to figure out this edge because that's not working. But cave in general was starting to show signs of life. Potentially this wobbliness is not... The wobbliness on the vertical axis is probably a bad idea, actually, now that I'm looking at it. And, oops, we can't save that. We already saved it. So let's go over to our cave. Let's go ahead and actually we'll close out of Blender. You really want to quit? Okay. And then I want to find that cave. Here's cave. Should be this, right? Should be. Open up the cave. No, that's not it. Okay. So cave, I actually think we should just delete it, like mark for delete. Let's try to find it. Shelf, because it's just going to confuse us later when we're looking for our files, and we're not using anything from it anymore. So I actually cannot find the mark for delete commands. Change file type, lock, merge, integrate, rename, move. Where is it? Where is it? Is it part of the rename of like, is it part of the rename move? No, it's not. Where is mark for delete? Open with, revert if off chain, move to another chain to the shelve, diff selected, clone, lock, copy, branch. Okay, what is going on? Found a new hole in town, says Wombat. Okay. I'll have to take a look at that. Oh boy. Submit. This is embarrassing. Where is mark for delete? Oh, here's delete right here. Is it that one? This one? Delete. Okay, I'll just have to Google it. I'm stupid. How to mark, oops, mark for delete perforce. Locate the file. Mark for delete. Right click on the file and select mark for delete. Okay, so that's what I did, but I couldn't find the body here. So apparently there's literally just a label saying mark for delete, but I don't see it. Get revision, revert. I guess we're not deleting it. Perforce can't find mark for delete. I don't know how to do it, guys. Maybe we do it at the change list level. That would be strange. Okay. I don't know how to mark stuff for delete. Select a single file. Move to another change list shelf. Revision history, file history, merge, copy, branch, rename, move, show in, refresh. What about right here? I don't know how to delete files. I don't know. I guess this file's staying in the depot because I don't know how to do it. So revert. Okay. So what I'm looking for is our giant, I think it's giant cave. Giant cliff. Yeah, no, it's giant cave. Here it is. Okay, let's open giant cave. Here's our giant cave, and I just think that the vertical, so the texture coordinates, object space, UV space, I just want to displace in, if I displace an object space, it doesn't seem to be doing anything. Yeah, it doesn't seem like our displace is really doing anything unless we, I don't know how to constrain it. Like if I don't want it to displace on the Y, let's see if, do I actually do it in this? There's R, G, and B. So it is just making a height map. Yeah, this isn't really adding anything. Let's just get rid of it. I'll figure it out later. And what I probably want to do is just, I know I sort of dipped these down last time. That was just sort of, wasn't really thinking. And let's just, actually let's maybe just grab everybody. So select flat, and then we'll just increase that until we get everybody. And then we'll just flatten everybody on the top there. For some reason, that right? Is that completely flat? Yeah, okay. Export that. Oops, we can't export. Right. Undo. So we can't export that. Because we need to mark it writable. Oops, what's going on here? Okay. So should be Dark Forest Cave. Let's check out Dark Forest Cave. Oh, we don't want to open the prefab. Whoops. Check out that file. I'll go ahead and maybe exit out of some of these things in Photoshop. Keep these ones open. We've got that file checked out. Now we should be able to export. Oh, right. We need to maybe all the stalactites and stalagmites. I'll just make them not export because I don't really think we need them to export right now. Lucas Bird says, where did the inspiration come from to combine magic and music so naturally in this game? Is there any personal or artistic influence behind it? Would it be possible to hear any music from the game? Yeah, we have actually all of our dev logs use music from the game. But of course, unless you mean the actual like music the player plays. This is interesting. I'm still seeing a little bit of height change in this, which is weird. I thought it would have made it completely flat. In terms of the inspiration for the game, Jacqueline just has always, so this game is Jacqueline's idea, so she'd probably be able to answer it more accurately, but she's always really liked sort of like Witch Academy, you know, magic school media. Her favorite book of all time is Diana Wynne Jones's not the Dark Lord of Dirkholm, the Year of the Griffin. That's her favorite book, which is a magic school sort of thing. I really like it too. I read it as well. As far as the music, so initially it was just a farming sim magic school sort of combination, but eventually, really it was Witchbrook that made Jacqueline really feel like we wanted to be different. So she was trying to think of something that would sort of differentiate us, and that's when she thought of the music. Okay, so I need to come up with some way to terminate the edge. I'm trying to figure out what I should work on first. If I should work on terminating the edge, or if I should work on the sort of smooth transition. I'm fairly confident I can get this to smoothly transition. I'm a little bit more like, I don't quite know exactly what we're going to be doing for this edge. So maybe I should work on that first. Let's check out this. I wonder if we should do this is called Cliff Rock. So there's Cliff Rock that is closer to the value. That actually makes a lot more sense, I think. I think I can match these values really closely. could either go the dark rock or the light rock. Let's take this texture right here, just because it's purpose made for this. And maybe let's just sort of darken. So we've got the hue saturation. Let's add another one for brightness and contrast. Take the brightness down a little bit. Oh, we can't. Got a rough dirt cave we need to check out. There, that's making less of a line between these two. Also probably rough up the edge with the contrast. We could just like take it down to a more smooth transition and then lower the contrast. There we go. That makes a much smoother transition. We want to turn off the grass edge effects. Okay, I'm pretty sure we can make this look decent here. That's already looking a lot better. And the stalactites and stalagmites on the bottom, I don't know. We could probably make them the perfect Goldilocks value. Maybe even with a flat shader. Or maybe even with the same material. I wonder if we tried that. Gotta get rid of these little craggies coming out though. Anyway, if we use the same material, well, actually we should version this material off and call it like stalagmite. Really, it should just be stalactite, but I'm gonna make it easier. Call it stalag bottom. And then we'll just make sure that all these on the bottom are using that stalag bottom texture, or stalag bottom material, sorry. And then I'm just gonna change this to, I think, a normal cutout. And then we'll do desaturate, vertex color, completely black. We don't want that. And also, I don't want to use blue channel multiply. I want to take out the vertex color. But it doesn't look like that's going to be possible. Disable the random color. I definitely need to find a way to get rid of the contribution from the vertex color. Because right now the blue channel is just darkening this so much and we don't want it. I wonder if there's another simpler one. Cut out backup. No. Dang it. I think we're gonna have to version off these stalactites. Anyway, we can definitely get this to be like a perfect color match. And then maybe it'll look more like what we want down there. Like the bottom. I'm trying to get it seamless, you know? Anyhow, I might worry about that a little later. Move these in. Okay, and now I think if we just really muck up the side here. God, it's gonna take so many like triangles to make that happen though. Not that I'm worried about triangles. I don't care about triangles. I'm just only thinking for the sake of like how much tediousness it's going to take to actually pull this off. Because we're just going to have to, I think, make a lot of cuts to sort of vary up. Let me actually take down one level of subdivision. Yeah, we just really want to keep this dynamic, this edge. And I just don't know how we're going to do it without just making tons of cuts. Because the noise modifier is going to push it up vertically, and I just don't want that. Let me see how that is already looking, just like a little bit more stuff going on there. This is really a problem. Arvik says, whoever did the textures for this game needs a big raise. Well, if it's a tiling texture, then I did it. I can't give myself a raise. But if it's a sprite or an illustration, then Jacqueline did it. Forkin says, bake AO to the bottom surface. Light contrast, itch your eye. You need threshold. An interesting expression, itch your eye. I've never heard that before. I'm gonna create a sort of border for this down here. I'm gonna merge these verts together. And then push this down. We'll do merge at last. And here we go. Okay, and we can look at the vertex color and make sure we've got the blue right here. Oops, let's do mix. Right now we've got add. Make it mix. There we go. Okay, well the edge is looking a little bit better, but it still has big problems. I wonder if we first of all, made it a little bit sharper with the cut. And then I'll put maybe another cut over here and then added the pink closer to the edge. So it's sort of a more precise like value change. Okay, we've got problems with the top. It needs to not change its height. So let's do select linked flat faces. Smash it down again. And I think that this could like edge slide almost all the way to the edge here. And then I'm just gonna make sure to unwrap, give ourselves a nice unwrap here so that we don't have any weird UV stretching going on when we're trying to make assessments. I think that could kind of work. I'm gonna push this up a little, expand, push this up a little, just so it's not so big down here. How's that look? Yeah, I think it could kind of work. I think it could kind of work, especially if we had more roughing up of the line. Like, and of course, we need way more geometry to do this. This is kind of the annoying part. But if I add a bunch of geometry here and then I grab like blue and I just sort of like blue out some of the lines, like here, just a little bit more blue, just cutting in. And then I pink out some of the lines, like the dirt goes more to the edge. Just basically make this edge a little bit more messy. Yeah, that looks. Yeah, that's starting to really sell it, I think. Okay, I think that that could work as far as the edge of the cave. Let me try. Well, that looks even better when I have a tighter contrast. You'd even go like a more intense step there. Yeah, that looks nice. Like a really like almost hard line. And we could go even crazier with that. Like, I could definitely spend a lot of time messing with that line and just making that line a little bit more chaotic. A little bit more detail in that line, I think would probably make a big difference. And it would be pretty easy. So there we go. As far as what is on the bottom, I guess it doesn't really matter, and maybe I'm thinking too much about it. These stalactites on the bottom, maybe I don't even want to have anything on the bottom. Maybe I just want this thing to just vanish down into darkness. Like I just grab this and I just extend it downward like this. And then I just paint it. I just subtract the blue. I just slurp the blue out. Like this. Just goes all the way to blackness down here. Oops, we had one stalagmite left. Is that true? No, let's save it. Look, that works great. I think that works great. Yeah, and there's all sorts of tricks we can do. Yeah, totally. We can even sort of add a little bit of that darkness higher up, looking kind of nice. Yeah, I like that. And really, just a lot more work in general is going to make this like a lot more like just detailing work. I don't want to spend time on it right now because I want to worry more about the other things. But I do think that just sort of moving these verts around a little bit like this, adding a little bit more detailing work. I'll just do a tiny little area as a sort of proof of concept. Make sure that it really will improve the look here. Yeah. And then once I unwrap it, so now it's kind of stretching the UVs around, but we can just run the unwrap again. There we go. And I can just make that line just really sketchy. I think that's going to work fine. Now, I do want the top to be a little bit lighter. So in order to do that, I'm just going to head over to our Photoshop file and just increase that brightness a tiny bit. I could maybe punch in a little bit more contrast here. Save it. Not too much though. I don't want to go crazy. I don't think it even made a difference. I don't think it's saved. There, now it's saved. Now we're just getting a clearer differentiation between the top and the bottom. Stuff like this won't matter. Here. Like I probably don't want it going all the way down there, so let's just. Actually, if anything, I would just want like a couple verts poking out like this. And I could even run a decimate modifier on this. So I don't have to worry about adding verts, right? Because it's just gonna. We're just gonna decimate them out in the end, so who cares? I want to get the look right first. I'm pretty confident now at this point. That edge looks quite nice. So now I want to start thinking about blending to the stalactites over here. So let me head back over into Unity. I just want to push all these stalactites and stalagmites over a little bit closer to the edge, and then give this a save. Okay, and I think we can make that basically seamless. Looks like all we really need to do is darken. So if we just slurp some of the blue out, that will darken that area. Or we could even use like a, no, I want to actually use vertex color to do it. I think that's going to be easier. So let's subtract the blue and just make sure we're totally just pure blue. We don't want to take any red out. Up here. Okay, nobody said anything. All right, nice. So I'll just slurp a little bit of the brightness out. It's actually almost completely black, which is probably going to be too much. Not really. Yeah, that really. Pretty simple. That's already blending much better. And we could just like take this. We have plenty of textile density here, so I'm not too worried about that. We have enough textile density to kill a man. We just need to make some kind of entrance to the cave. I'll just maybe pull this over here. And then we will maybe slurp some of the blue out right here. Look at that. Blends way better now. That stalactite is right in the way of the door. Stalagmite. I keep switching these. Let me see if I can find a formation that sort of suits a little bit better. Don't like how this one is floating. Not great. It really forces us to jam it in the ground further than I'd like to. MHZ says a lot of triangles in one frame. For what? For a PlayStation 1? What is it about these stalactites that makes people think that there's too many triangles? This, let's see. One of these is what? This is a joke. This is has a decimation modifier in it. Let's see. That okay, so 15,000. It's like, who cares? 15,000, so this is 15,000, 30,000, 60,000. Let's say the whole frame is what? 150,000 in a top-down game. Dude, one character's face from Uncharted is 150,000. It's nothing. It's a joke. And worrying about optimizing it is a waste of time. It's just a great way to blow development resources. Anyhow, these stalactites were authored for Eastshade. Maybe they look higher poly to people because they're just triangles because they've been run through a decimator. I don't know. Okay, I need to think about what kind of ground stuff we can put to like add a little bit of detail. Because this cave needs, well, we're definitely gonna have some like bodies of water in it, so that'll be cool. I'm also gonna have like a bit of a lighting pass. So I'll put these point lights along the path here. Something like that. And it still looks really quite bad. Let's look at some reference here. We had this one. This clearly has some kind of rim shader going on. We're lacking some of that like painterly drama, but I have, if we put some kind of watercolor wash shader on the terrain, see if we even have one. So there's blue channel multiply, that's good. The overlay, check this out. We didn't even use our overlay texture. So I could go with the like super colorful overlay. So we could bring down the tiling on that. Oh, can we not bring down the tiling on that? That's annoying. Huh, really weird. There's world space UV. This thing's not using world space UV, so I wonder why. But there's the splat. That adds a little bit of color drama to it, which is probably a good thing. But I wish I could tile it at a lower frequency. Well, let's roll with that for now. I do think that maybe this rock texture should be slightly higher frequency. I still haven't gotten to the detailing though. We really need to start worrying about the detailing because we need something going on here. It's just an empty cave world. Aku's art, a single Call of Duty bullet is more tries. Could be. Premature optimization is the root of all evil. You know what they say. This stalactite right here, stalagmite, I keep switching them, is a problem because it keeps floating. Let me just find it and just extend it down. Like this one right here. Come on. Okay, select here. Let me control, make it its own object and then select non-manifold all the way down. And I don't know what's going on with the texture. Now I've just made a bunch of stretchy UVs, but it might not matter. Let's see. What do you, oh right, I need to actually export it, you idiot. Come on. So it's called stalagmite 1. Let's go get stalagmite 1 and check it out. Then save and export. Keep changes. There we go. Does seem like it probably needs, well, it could benefit maybe from being unwrapped. Let's do mark seam. I could just run an unwrap on it. I don't think that's too big a deal. And then scale it, just make sure it's kind of roughly the same size as it was before. And then probably paint black down here just to make it sort of blend in with the rest. Some really weird vertex color going on. Okay, that's completely, we can't have that. Who would have thunk? So annoying. Why can we even see it? There we go, let's blur that out. Okay, there we go. So what kind of rocks? I just need to find some kind of, I know that pebbles will go in here just fine. We got these little rocks. Let's do T model something. Like little rocks like this. This will be easy. Go rocks 1, dark. So those look fine probably in here. Could probably even go darker with them. Yeah, wow. Do we have like a dark rocks 1, like a rocks 1 dark forest or something? Just look for rocks 1. Wicked path. Those are really dark. There, that's the correct value. Even that's too bright. Crazy. Okay, well, we're gonna need a rocks 1 cave. Maybe we should brighten all the values of everything else. Maybe that's the more big brain solution. Yeah. I'm just gonna brighten up, and then we can always darken the lighting if we want to. Okay, and then we'll take the stalagmites and we'll brighten those up. Although it's making the effect of the rim less prominent. Terrain rim, do we have like rim strength? Surely we must, right? Really? Come on now. How do we not? That's a little bit crazy. How do we not have the brightness of the rim? What the heck? Okay, well, we can't really have that because we need that rim shader to look really brighter than it's looking. Not selection glow. What the heck is going on? This is so weird. How do we not? Interesting. It looks really cool, snowy bright. I'm so fascinated. I'm actually so blown away that we have no control over this that I have to look into the shader. So let's look for the word rim, which certainly will be what we want. The rim has nothing. It has no controls whatsoever. Why on earth did we do it that way? There must have been a reason. Absolutely bananas. Crazy town. I like don't want to mess with it though because it's being used in other parts of the game. Like the darker. Oh, it's so weird. Okay, I have to add some control over here. So there's 2 levels of rim, and we should just multiply them both by like absolutely bananas. I'll add. Oops. Well, let me check this out. Hopefully I'll just make this in a way that it won't have any impact whatsoever on any existing uses of this. So let's go ahead and check out the rim shader. Oleg B, thanks very much for the follow. Also, Vengeful Orca, I missed your follow. Appreciate it. A Tricky, I don't recall thanking you for the follow. But if I forgot, then thank you. So we can turn down the sort of lights. Oh, all these lights are pretty intense. So maybe we should, oh, this ambient light, what is that? And we gotta call this a directional light. That's just to make the water work. Then we should get the rim. What am I trying to say? Right, the rim shader. Let's head into that. S4FF0, really appreciate the follow. Thank you. So we need to add a new, just simple float here. I'm gonna add it. We don't need a range, just a float. And we'll start at 1.0. And we're gonna call this the rim intensity. Rim intensity. And then we just need to import that into the shader program. Do it any old, we'll do it at the bottom here, float rim intensity. And then we're just gonna go all the way down to the rim function and just multiply in the rim intensity. Okay, that should be completely non-destructive. We shouldn't see any change. All right. Didn't see any change. And now we have some power to change this. So now we can make that rim intensity way stronger. And I do think for the caves, we will make it stronger. Cave is still way too bright. Should be incredibly dark. I'll move the lights closer to the ground. They're just so bright. I guess the texture I've picked right here is pretty bright. Maybe we should just not do that. Maybe we should just keep it with the rough dirt cave. This looks wrong though. I feel like we want a smoother texture there. Oops, what am I doing? I'm looking at the materials, not the textures. Okay. What kind of cobblestones do we have? Maybe that's the right one. Something kind of simple. And then already tiling really hard. But now it's still too bright. We need a darker texture. All of our cobbles are here. There we go. That looks pretty garbagey. Do we want just like a completely gray? Do we have just flat gray? Yeah, it seems like we have it. Something dark. Dark noise. Okay, here we go. We've got some control here. We could put something here, like, it looks kind of interesting, but I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just trying stuff. Put the mushroom texture on there. Oh, that's interesting. That's really weird. I did that and just like reduced it so much it's almost invisible. Kind of weird. I mean, it probably won't work, but it does add some interesting textural qualities. But you can see the line here is not correct. We need to go to our terrain shader and just darken it until that line looks a bit less noticeable. Oh, I feel like we're almost back to where we started because our rocks are still too bright. So anyhow, let's change this to Rocks 1 Cave. And now we have some more control. Let's reduce the, hey, save that. That's all I wanted. Yeah, we could put these everywhere. Now this is really small potatoes. This is not the impact that I need it to make. But we could, you know, just kind of scatter these around. I know that water will be a big impact, so I'm not worried about that. But I do need more than just water. Darken these just a little bit more. Okay. Got this cave reference. And yeah, I could do some crystal things. I think maybe another texture could be interesting. We have the green channel still. So we could do like, the green channel could be something else, but I don't know what. There's like literal dirt. I don't know if that will get us much. Could look at our different cobblestones. There's like mossy cobble. I don't think there'd be any moss. I don't really think there'd be any of that down here. Maybe this. Potentially this used like tastefully in some spots. So just to sort of try it out, I'll just add a little bit of green. Make sure we just have it set to add. And then just like try, oh, we need a little bit more to work with here. We'll just add a little green right here. And see how it looks. Okay, so we'll take out some of the heights. It looks like garbage, completely useless. What other kind of rock options do we have? Ooh, this is cool, these desert rocks. I bet we could use that in the cave somewhere. Or if we could just go like with a watercolor wash. That's not looking too good. Mostly just because it's so bright. Just not the right value. I wonder if we just literally use the same one, but just tiling at a different frequency. So rough dirt cave. Just make it tile at either a way lower frequency or a way higher frequency. Yeah, you can barely even tell. Actually, it does make an impact. It's crazy. I think it's probably our best bet. Just a lower frequency tiling. And then in order to make this smooth, I'm just gonna have to spend time painting, but that's fine. Okay, so that's fine. We've got that going. Let me revisit the stalagmite. And let's just do like none for the bottom. Wow, I almost think the darker they are, the better they look. Just like completely black. I think completely black looks better than every iteration. And the blue channel multiply is fine. But yeah, I mean, I do like the blue channel multiply. I wish we had some control over how intense it was. I could do it. I just, again, it's just another thing that I have to make a shader material for. But it's not that bad because it's terrain rim. It's a very niche shader. It's only used in a couple spots. So let's just add it. Let's just add it. So right below the rim intensity is going to be a new one called blue channel multiply intensity. Add that up here and then, oops, I'm going to copy this. Bulb Turtle, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. So we're going to do blue channel multiply intensity and write out blue channel multiply intensity. Okay, now let's check out where blue channel multiply is used. There it is, if blue channel multiply. Okay, so the thing is, we're gonna lerp. It's gonna be pretty easy. We're just gonna lerp between 1 and the full nectar here, the full blue channel. And we're gonna do that via blue channel multiply intensity. And that should do it. Be just that simple. Whoa, but we really need to make sure that we set a default channel of default value for blue. There it is. Okay, set it to 1.0. That's perfect. So we should have a little bit of control now. Let's go stalagmites. All the way at the bottom, we've got this blue channel intensity. We can even make it more dramatic, but we can subdue it a little bit. And just subduing it a little bit makes such a huge impact. Cool. I'm just all over the place. I cannot decide what the heck I'm doing. And I still haven't moved on to solving the harder problems, which is sort of finding some shticks for this cave. I'm sure that adding little crystal bits is going to be cool. But I might maybe try to find some rocks, like boulder clusters or something. Let's see, is my stream still going? It says I'm having some issues. It says I'm streaming. Bulb Turtle, hello. Yeah, I think that Restream is disconnected from my chat. Okay, it's reconnected now. I think that this version we're seeing of the cave is brighter than it really is going to be in game, so I need to take that into account. Let's raise those just a little bit and raise 1.6 here with the intensity. And let's try to find some boulder prefabs. This craggy boulders. You don't wanna come into the scene? There we go. No, I don't really, those aren't really getting us very far. These aren't getting us very far. I want something with like the seaflower boulders, I think. Seaflower flat rocks and seaflower rocks. Let's try seaflower rocks. There we go, perfect value already. So I can definitely use the seaflower rocks to sort of cover up the bases of these things that look a little bit nasty. Check this out. Yeah, cover up the base right there. Move those rocks out. Actually, I could probably just put these absolutely everywhere. They're a little bit bright, in fact, which is nuts. Who would have ever thought the seaflower rocks would be too bright? So given that the seaflower rocks look a little bright, we can take this stalagmite shader and just make it brighter. And then probably increase that blue channel multiply intensity back to 1. I'm not digging. Try the cut rock grotto. Cliff rock grotto. Ugh, that is so noisy. So noisy. Try the clouds. Realistic clouds overlay PS clouds. No, that's not what we want. Wait, maybe. No, probably not. I've got this like, I think it's called photo cloud. There it is. That's gonna brighten the whole thing though. About a watercolor wash 3. This one hardly does anything, like even when it's really intense. Very little impact. About just back to the gray. Increase the contrast. And what if we did like something weird, just like blue or something? I don't know. Some kind of, now it looks like ice or something. I wish I had a little bit more control. But it does seem like it needs some color. You know, I could probably splash some color in there. That's looking pretty good actually without the extra light. I think that does look a little bit better. So maybe I should just roll with that and get a lot more of these rocks going. Get a lot more of these sea flower rocks. I think that's going to be the ticket. These ones aren't as good because they don't cover. They're completely flat. So I need something not like that. Bulb Turtle says eShade was a very cool game. Well, thank you. Also read an article by you regarding something technical visually. I've written a number of articles for like Gama Sutra back when it was called that, and 80.lv. Might be thinking about the Creating Beautiful Forests article, one of my more popular ones. I'm gonna just keep grabbing more of these sea flower rocks. Just try to stick them here in here, just cover up that seam. Weird that this one doesn't come with a shadow. Grab like another one of these things, put it over here, flip it. No, don't want to flip it. What else we got? What other kinds of goodies? Sea flower coral. What is that? Okay, that's not going to work. Seems like this rock could go up a little bit, and it seems like we can maybe use one of these shadows. Just copy and paste that shadow outside. I don't know where it is, but I'll just Control F it in here and then zero out all the rotations. Seems like I could put one of these shadows underneath this one. Maybe, or this one. I don't know. Save. These rocks look really similar to be right next to each other. Maybe I should flip this one. Something like that. Oops. Save. Hey, thanks, Bulb Turtle. Appreciate that. Very much appreciated. Okay. It's time to run in the cave. Something I haven't done yet. This cave is taking way longer than I thought it would. Usually how it goes, but this is extra. This feels special. This is longer. This is significantly longer than I thought it would. Bulb Turtle, thank you so much for the wish list. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think it's going to be really good. I think people are going to really like it. Oops, that purple thing is kind of bugging me. Let me just turn it off so we can maybe get a better look at what we're looking at. Let's turn off the viz cam. There we go. Okay. So this is how it's feeling so far. Some of these rocks, it's like these rocks need to be darker on the bottom now. It's crazy how dark this cave is. Let me see if I have a lantern. Oh, I do. So the cave looks much better when I'm holding a lantern. It's funny. I think it's enough though. Like, I think it's reading pretty well. It's a cave. It's not like a remarkable cave, but it's something. And we can put sort of more magical things in here. I'm thinking like some little sort of blue firefly things. Might look cool. But we're on our way, I think. We just need to get like one good screenshot going. We should find a spot for some water. Also, it seems like we might need to give the player a little bit more room. I can't believe that that it like actually these rocks look like they need to be darkened on the bottom to even fit in the cave. It's just so dark. It's crazy. But what I can do is use my lighting tricks to sort of place transparent planes over everything, and I can definitely make this place look a lot better with that. So there's a couple layers of tricks I have left. I'm going to push all these closer to the edge. And give it a save. Nice. Okay. I can't believe it, but I feel like Seaflower rocks might actually not be dark enough. Do I have another material? The black rocks light. What about just black rocks not light? We have just black rocks grotto. Is that dark? Those are darker. Okay. It looks like the black rocks grotto material. It's kind of bluish. It's the wrong value. We really need our own. We need a black rocks cave. Let's make it happen. Easy. What's another material between friends? Thank you, Gary Dean. Well, thank you for going to wishlist it twice. Appreciate that. And good on past Gary. Appreciate past Gary as well. All right, glad you're digging the stalagmites. Bulb Turtle says, I see the games in the Wholesome Games curator list on Steam. Any chance it's being shown on Wholesome Snack? No, we missed out on Wholesome Snack. I just forgot to apply. I'm really bad at keeping up with that stuff, so very annoying that I am so bad at it. I just got my head so focused on developing, I forget about these things. Drachmus, hello, welcome. Says, is eShade hiring 3D artists? No, we are not. Blackrock's Grotto. Let's do Blackrock's Cave. And I just want all of the rocks to use that one. Yeah, we don't do too much hiring. There's only 3 of us right now. Okay. I'm just changing all these materials to the Blackrock's Cave material. And I'm hoping I can just make their value so perfect. I'm just obsessed with values. Like, I mean, you guys see, basically that's what I've been doing, is pushing values around for the last 2 hours. Oh, oops, I'm messing with the wrong material here. I think it's really important though. So if I get these values perfect on the Blackrock's Cave, hopefully they'll settle. So now obviously that's too dark. They just need to be the perfect bridge value. That's just about perfect. Nice. Okay. And then this one seems to not be using the Blackrock's Cave. So It is so subtle. I barely even saw it change. What if I took like a point light and put it up for the top of the stalagmites? Right here. And just gave you this crazy value, like really saturated. Okay, I can hardly see it, but I think it's going to be a lot more prominent in the actual game, because we have this extra directional light from the sun. It is, I think, making a really big, just very misleading as to what actually is going on. But I bet, I mean, this looks pretty dramatic here in the scene view. I'm pretty sure if we walk into this cave, there's going to be a lot more drama going on. So let me turn off the viz cam and give that a save. Bulb Turtle says, did you really forget to apply or you don't need to? No, I mean, to be featured in these things, you generally have to apply to these showcases. What is this? There's some Z fighting going on over here. I don't really know. Is that really Z fighting? Oh, it's the rim shader, I think, changing subtly. That looks pretty cool. I think that looks pretty cool. I think if we just keep going with that, it's sort of like, I can make it more subtle. It's a bit intense, but I mean, it looks pretty adventuresome, huh? And then we imagine this keeps going in this sort of dark cave with that cool stalagmite formations. Got a fork here. Then it gets really dark, going into blackness, especially if we're adventuring with our little lantern. Pretty spooky here in the dark forest in these dark caves. And it's only going to get better. We'll try to find like a different shtick for every area. I'll make that a little bit more subtle. Okay. I would like to see what to do with the water. Let me look to my reference. Yeah, like there's like these little blue orbs floating around that maybe we could do something with. I mean, maybe we could do something like that, I mean. But I'm wondering what we should do with water in the cave. There definitely should be some like pools of water, and I don't know if it should just be like a river. I guess there's really not a lot we can do other than a river. It's such a skinny area. Maybe a little pool of water right here. We could kind of like beef this area up right here. Make this a bit bigger. Sort of just make a little bit of water in here. We'll worry about how the player walks through it in a moment. Okay, that's gonna mess up all our UVs, so unwrap. Oh, textile density is a little bit high there. Oh, that's okay, who cares? I'm just gonna put a plane, create a plane, 3D object, a plane, stick it right there. I'll use my plane replacement that I made. Remove the mesh collider. Let's use our cave pond. It should be like dark forest cave pond, cave walls, cave floor, cave. Here we go. Perfect. That's cool. That gives a lot right there. And we can definitely make it, wow, we can really get high with this. And sort of make it so the edge is more varied. But let's see how that's looking. So I'm gonna move our viz cam over here. Save. Then the peak. Oops, we gotta turn on our cave. Okay, wow, that's actually a really big space. Yeah, I think that's cool. And then what we'll want to do, we need this to be more of a circle, so let's look for a pond mesh. Brine pond. Basically, I just need a circular mesh. Well, what's wrong with this? We could just use this mesh. I don't think it really matters. It does have like a top and bottom. I don't think it matters though. Well, maybe we want more circular. There's some kind of circle. Circle plane? Yeah, circle plane. Perfect. I love circle planes. Yeah. Very nice. We can decide how big we want it here. I don't want to go all the way so that it's poking over. We don't want that. I might have to use 2 of them, which I don't think will actually cause Z fighting because I don't think that there's any actually thing to fight over. I think they're both drawing the exact same thing and they're not, neither one is shadowing or anything. So I think that this is actually totally kosher, especially if we move one down like just a 100th of a meter. Bulb Turtle says, will you be watching the Game Awards this year? Probably not. Probably not. I don't have very much time these days, or at least right now, I think. I don't know if I'll ever get more time. Actually, my wife and I, we have a baby. He's 2, and she's pregnant, and we're having our second in May. So things are going to get really hard, I think, for a little bit. But hopefully then they should get easier after that. I think that's about as hard as things will get for us. I'm going to duplicate all these stalactites and just stick them over here. And I think they're going to create like just a really awesome border for the water here. Still make sure to give enough room. Move that back a little. And then I want to see what's going on, so let's look through the viz cam. Move myself over the water and save. I think it'll work, especially if I scale these down. They're a little bit big. Scale this down just a tiny bit. Scale these ones down a little bit, move them in. And I maybe can create like a little mound that the player is walking across. But I think it's pretty cool. These are still really huge. That was really huge too. Thanks, Bulb Turtle. Yeah, let's see. We want some kind of little path to go through this. We just sort of sculpt it out of the ground. Or I could use like a sandbar. Got this beach sandbar mound. Because this is a lot of detail on it already. And I could just kind of shape it. Then we also get all this lovely silhouette edge that would just kind of be hard to make. Let's add the cave, terrain, cave, whatever, cave floor. Now we are going to have to version it off and lower the textile density significantly. We're also using all the wrong channels and stuff. So actually this is not going to be as easy as I wish it was going to be. But it's a really easy way to get like nice dynamic shapes. I think we're going to have to sort of, problem is we don't need all this stuff on the edge. Like we actively don't want it. We need like a mini sandbar mound. You know what would be really big brain is just to move the sandbar mound mesh into our Blender file, and then we can just kind of work with it however we want to. But I think this is going to work. I think it's going to work. That is save. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons this is starting to be a bit more promising. Not going to be the prettiest spot in the game, that's for sure. But a couple more shticks, a couple more little glowing orbs. I don't know if we can just put those around and not explain them. Will visually make this area look a lot better. and some like cool crystal props or something. I think we'll make the area look a lot better. And that's about it. But I think for now I'm gonna have to call it a stream. I've been at this for a very long time, almost 5.5 hours. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a stream. I want to thank everyone for hanging out while we make this cave. And I hope everybody has a lovely Monday. And hopefully I'll catch some of y'all next time. All right, peace out.